Part 3, Separate Ways. Chapter 31, A Splash of Acid. The giant semicircular door rattled as the beast behind it thrashed. Splashes of thick liquid dripped through the cracks as the hinges were bent and stressed. Everywhere the dark fluid fell, it sizzled, releasing clouds of acrid smoke. A well-dressed old man stood outside the door, weeping gently. Ivy got to hold it back until Roran returns. House Row 10 would be a morning meal for this thing. He wiped the tears from his golden eyes and regained composure. I'll subdue the seething one as many times as it takes. Steeling his resolve, he pulled back ashy black hair, then tucked it behind his horns. The tiefling took heavy steps forward and laid two pale vermilion hands on the door, pushing it open. Please be safe, my son, for all our sakes. Agarver twirled the key ring around his finger. I appreciate you returning this to me. Phil's mind flashed back to the preceding days spent opening doors. Each one led to a misadventure or horrorscape that he'd rather forget. It's a relief and a pleasure to assist the praetor again. He curtsied and left the room. A cistern employee escorted the tiefling across the invisible bridge and back into Cimasla's industrial sector. Roran waited for Phil at the edge of the circular pit that surrounded the city's center of government. Welcome back, young lord. What's the plan, big man? Phil's question was accompanied by a raised foot and an upturned hand. We are to meet in front of the burning chicken this evening to discuss our plans for the heart of the island. So nothing for the afternoon? Roran pulled the curved greatsword from his back. Holding it horizontally, he turned its hilt toward the tiefling. The blade of House Row 10 requires rain fusion. The small amethyst on its hilt pulsed with dull purple light. Phil groaned. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but gravity infusions don't come cheap. And after what just happened, we're not rich either. This noble beast loathes to admit it, but Takal provided me with an affordable source. They traveled across a bridge into the commercial district, stopping at a small building under a giant sign. It read Gem Infusion Business and Salon. Raised wooden letters had been painted over with sloppy red words. The only text not showing alteration was the word business. They entered to find a mop of brown hair bobbing erratically on top of a frazzled man. Everything you do to me is cruel and unusual, screamed Breiner. Brother, replied the stocky, fuchsia-haired woman behind the counter. I was just saying. Okay, they're fairly mundane, but cruel nonetheless. He turned and noticed Roran in the doorway. Ah, a returning customer. Here for sewing, I assume? No, this visit is for infusion. Roran presented the blade. Splendid. Delightful. I can finally start paying off my permit. The shopkeeper dashed into the back room, leaving Phil and Roran with his sister. Listen, he's bound to give this up once he figures out he's no good at it. Save yourself the trouble and find a professional. Phil stepped forward. I'm sorry, January. Yes. I'm sorry, Jan, but we don't have the gold for a professional. She pointed at them with a pair of scissors. If you're willing to risk your gem tech, you could always have a UFF student take a crack at it. A screeching sound stopped the conversation. Brian wheeled an unwieldy device out of the back room. A shape like an elongated lime was perched on top of a narrow metal neck. It pointed downward at a broad, flat plate. Various knobs, buttons, and dials decorated the device. Brian shooed his sister into the back room. I heard you trying to scare away the customer. Don't look my gift horse in the mouth and punch out its teeth. He gestured for Roran to slide the sword onto the plate. The shopkeep adjusted the machine's pointed end, turning it to face the amethyst on the hilt. How long will this take? Asked Phil, twirling his tail. Brian beamed. Only a few minutes. You may experience a feeling of weightlessness during the process. He turned a dial on the machine, changing the color of a circular indicator. It cycled through red, teal, blue, green, white, and yellow before stopping on purple. After fine-tuning some other settings, he slapped a large button, causing the infuser to roar into action. A helix of purple light flowed from the device's tip into the gem. The opposite end was encircled by a ring of warped space. The infuser rattled, whined, and belched out smoke as it worked. Phil turned to Roran. "You don't get many magical gems in the bee, so this is the first rain fusion I've ever seen. Much of my advance stipend was spent on infusions during the search for you." Roran replied, lowering his voice to add, "Normally the infuser is in much better condition. Color me jealous. That high-value sword must make life awful easy." Phil patted the bag hanging by his hip. "Meanwhile, my stupid tome won't cough up a single healing spell." "Heed well, young lord, one should not make a habit of over-relying on external tools. A simple toss in the air was enough to provide direction. I remember you saying the blade of House Roten gravitates towards its true owner." Phil's curiosity distracted him from his feet leaving the ground. "That sword's been your weapon as long as I've known you. Lady Roten bestowed the blade to this wild man so it would return in the hands of her son. Apparently, the weapon holds greater power when wielded by the blood of House Roten." Roran's eyes stayed locked on Phil as his back pressed into the ceiling. He was joined by dishes and knickknacks from nearby shelves. The tiefling turned around in the air, tapping one vibrating horn thoughtfully. Sounds tempting, but it's a bit too heavy for my tastes. Besides, I still have to do, something with the heart of the island." He pointed his tail at Brian, who was clinging to the infuser. "Floating is pretty fun. There are probably people out there that'd pay for this. Don't give him any ideas." Jan kicked off the backroom's doorway. She crashed into the infuser and pressed a button with her palm. Phil, Roran, and dishes abruptly fell to the floor. Stepping around shattered ceramics, Phil approached Brian with an open wallet. "How much for the wild ride?" Jan pushed the tiefling out the front door. "This one's on the house." She rested a broom handle on Brian's shoulder. "Clean up this mess. Can't you do it?" "Infusions really take it out of me," Brian feigned, wiping sweat from his brow. "I work 60-hour weeks, styling, stitching, and suffering your presence." Jan jabbed at his ribs with the broom handle. 60 hours? You're lazy. Don't you know how many more hours there are in a week?" Roran left the shop shortly after she started shoving Bastiles up his nostrils. Outside, the sun was disappearing behind Cimasla's jar-like walls. Weaving through heavy foot traffic, the duo made their way to the burning chicken pub. A droplet of indigo gel slipped down the beak of the carving atop the pub. It dripped from the tip and fell onto the stone street where it slinked between a kobold's legs. "Is it just me, or did this city get grosser since we left?" B-boy flapped the gunk from his puffy trousers. Goal echoed his exasperation. "I've been stepping in slime at least once an hour." The bard latched onto the topic, running away with it. "That bird barkeep wouldn't shut up about them." She went on and on about how they get into all the nooks and crannies. And how they melt the food. And how they slither up her. "You get used to it." Iscom chimed in Cuppy as she allowed Slugsy to crawl into her sleeve. "The best pot is when, crab cake and beast meat are here." She pointed a small finger at the approaching tiefling and barbarian. Phil waved a small coin purse in the air. "I've got enough for one round. What do you say, friends?" Takal held the door open and everyone filed in. "Do not forget that we have important business to discuss." She shut the door behind her and nodded at barkeep Kira. "We still must determine the fate of the island's heart." After 2 rounds of drinks, Kira approached the table. "You can't see them, but I have ears." Her feathery palm creeped toward Phil. "There's no room in this pub for deadbeats. Pay up or get out." A tipsy Phil dropped his entire coin purse into her hand. "Keep the change. Hot wings." He swept the table with a wobbly hand. "And get us a few sweets." Your appetite for indulgences curdles my stomach. Takal's disgust flew over Phil's horned head. So I have a taste for sweets. They were hard to find in the bee, so I cherished them. Phil's excited tail slapped Kira's clawed feet. The paladin huffed, I fail to see how you can develop a taste for something you rarely eat. The server finished counting the coins and snorted through narrow nostrils. This isn't half of what you owe. Goal spilled coins onto the table. Cut off everyone else, and bring me a full bottle. Setting down his empty glass, Roran looked at the dwarf orc. You're known to fritter away gold on your own drinks, but this is rare. I hope you're not trying to influence the decision on the stone. Shut it, nobleman. Goal slumped in her chair, rising up only to swiftly drain glasses. The whole point of that journey was to clear my debt to Mother Mercy. Now we're talking about keeping it or destroying it. As soon as we got our hands on it, you were ready to chase me up the praetor's back. Kira set a bottle next to the dwarf orc and scraped the gold off the table. Goal swiped the booze and threw it back, draining it halfway in 2 gulps. Roran attempted to pry the bottle from her hands. There's no need to be so hard on yourself, or on the liquor. Goal slammed down the bottle, crushing the fingers of his draconic left hand. Hazel eyeballs floated, filling her with confidence and ire. You don't understand. Not in the slightest. I can't show weakness. I can't fail. I don't dare lower my standards because the second I do, I'm nothing. People like you can go back to your big house, your rich family, your comfortable history filled with love and wealth. Even in your memories, you're warm and safe. Not me. I grew up as scum, garbage. I was nothing to nobody and any potential I had was pissed on. Eventually I clawed my way out of the filth. But I know that one slip-up will send me all the way back. I was born gutter trash and in my heart I will always be gutter trash. No platitude from a cushy life will change how I feel. Phil gave her a pat on the back. Don't worry. You'll always have us, right Takal? The Dragonborn took a sip of her water before responding, I promise to walk with Oromut. I will accompany those who embody his tenets of righteousness and self-reliance. She finished with icy breath and an icy stare. So I cannot suffer an unrepentant thief. Goal's head whipped toward the Dragonborn, shaking her red hair. And what if that god betrayed you? Lied to you after you served him so faithfully? Takal shot up, pounding the table with her fist. Quiet this blasphemy. I've endured your corruption too long. Settle yourself, wounded warrior. Roran casually rested an arm on the table. The beauty of absolute justice comes from looking at it straight on. But it'll often look warped when viewed from other angles. Perhaps you should be more flexible, before you are bent out of shape. I prefer consistency over flexibility. My actions are just because Oromut blesses them. My healing, protection, and strength are proof of that. Goal hiccuped. I doubt your little god's watching closely. You don't see Phil worshipping his book, but he can use magic just fine. Without another word, Takal stormed out of the pub. Those sinners can squabble over that rotten heart for all I care. On her heels was B-Boy, flush with concern. Wait. You still owe me an epic. The remaining 4 glanced at each other nervously. Phil broke the tense air. I guess we'll need to postpone the discussion on the heart. I'll keep it safe until then. He rooted through his bags, pulling out satchels and turning them upside down. His motions became more frantic as he re-examined his possessions. I can't find it. It's gone. Finally, time to end our relationship. Mother Mercy pulled the heart of the island from her pocket. Its dull glow illuminated her 2 daughters behind her. I wish you wouldn't bring your monstrous friends. Shows a lack of faith in the negotiations. Her gaze darted between the orc and dragonborn. Oskel shook her head, causing her hood to flap against her horns. Their names are Aub and Rusked. Both of them have a part in this. I don't need your names. I need your gold. A clap of her hands brought Audra and Grace to her side. Both wore pristine clothing. Please escort these two from the room. As they left, Oskal removed a hefty sack of coins and a slip of paper. Per our agreement, a forward in gold and a note redeemable at any Earthsalt branch bank. She put both back into her satchel. Just one question. I'm behind on my knitting, so make it a short one. Mother Mercy spun the stone in her hand slowly. What makes me different from the other monstrous races that you turned into tools? Mother Mercy stared into Oskal's all-black eyes. You're less desperate and more wealthy, so you're more valuable with free will. She held out the stone. Now little demon, give me my payment so I can start working with more reputable races. Oskal reached into her satchel and uncorked a small jar. The tar-like contents coated her hand like a glove. It formed into a cylinder of black fluid and slid up her sleeve. She spoke as it coiled around her arm, "Don't worry. You'll get exactly what you deserve." The liquid flowed under her clothes and across her shoulders, coalescing in her opposite hand. Raising her arm, a dark orb shot from her palm like a cannonball. Mother Mercy was struck in the abdomen. Her body flew over a row of chairs and through a wardrobe. A kaleidoscope of colorful yarn balls rolled out of the shattered wardrobe as the lady rose to her feet. Audra. Grace. Show our guests some hospitality. She waited in silence, staring daggers at the smug tiefling. It seems they're busy entertaining your other guests. Mother Mercy grabbed a rough orange gemstone from a nearby shelf. I was blinded by money and trusted a monster. She raked the citron along her wrist, drenching the yarn at her feet. The blood-stained balls unwound, slithering toward Oskal like an army of snakes. Flipping up 2 fingers, a pool of sludge appeared under the animated objects. A sound like children screaming rang out as they melted into nothingness. Mother Mercy swept a hand along a shelf, filling her palm with orange stones. The shelf's contents, a deck of living cards, withered into dust when they were removed. Crushing the citron in her palm, Mother Mercy unleashed a small sun of orange energy. Color was pulled from the yarn, streaming upward to coat the blinding ball. She reached inside and extracted a vine-like whip and a foot-long needle. A swipe of her arm wrapped the whip around Oskal's ankle. The tiefling dropped onto her back. Mother Mercy leaped onto her opponent and began jabbing rapidly. Die. Die. Die, you monstrous witch. Oskal rolled desperately from side to side in an attempt to avoid the onslaught. Holes were poked through her clothes and the floorboards before one hit its mark. She screamed as the red flesh of her shoulder was pierced. Blood and flame squirted from the wound. In a moment of realization, Mother Mercy cursed under her breath. The lady was knocked away by a wave of fire. She ripped the sleeves off her dark clothes as they released plumes of smoke. The skin underneath was studded with cracked citron stones. Oskal took the chance to return to her feet, brushing away gemstone fragments. The orange chunks fell to the ground, crumbling into dust. The tiefling reached for her shoulder, finding a bloodstain, but no wound. The murky sludge wobbled back to Oskal, climbing up her leg and into her cupped hand. You don't know how happy it makes me to remove another bigot from this city. The ooze in her hand shaped into a short spear. It stabbed into Mother Mercy's knee, melting the joint. The woman fell heavily on her side. One calf dangled behind her as she attempted to crawl away. Pretend to be a hero all you want. But right now it's clear that you're just a sadistic monster. Oskal raised her right hand, summoning her slime. Its grimy body gathered into a wide disc atop her palm. I can see why I'd look like a devil to a swindler like you. Mother Mercy gurgled desperately as the corrosive disc was lowered slowly onto her. In the next room over, the daughters clashed with Oskal's partners. Rusk lifted the great axe over his head and behind his back. The orc's triceps pulled forward with thunderous force, splitting the floorboards. To his dismay, Audra leapt to the side, peppering him with arrows from her shortbow. He yanked his axe from the floor in time to deflect two. Another two pierced his green skin, sinking into the flesh of his forearms. Across the room Ob jabbed at Grace with his pike. She slipped past his thrusts, pulled through the air by a wand in her right hand. Boiling with frustration, the red dragonborn snapped open his jaw and spewed an invisible mist. A spark in the back of his throat enveloped the area ahead of him in a cone of flames. The cloud of fire was splintered by a blast of icicles. They embedded themselves in his scaly stomach. Using his spear to stay upright, he watched Grace weave a spell. Her wand danced in figure eights as runes appeared in the air. Ob raised the pike over his shoulder, struggling to stay upright. Falling forward, he whipped the weapon with all his might. In an instant it cleared the space that separated the combatants. The tip pierced cleanly through Grace's thigh, impaling her and cutting into the floorboards. Pressing down on one knee, the dragonborn returned to his feet. He watched in disbelief as the child's lower body unwound. Countless soft strings poured onto the floor, reducing her to a pile of thread. Even as this happened, Grace continued to cast her spell. The incantation was finished by the time her fingers fell apart. An icicle emerged from the wall, splitting Ob's arm and puncturing his torso. Following some painful yowling, he let out a sound that was half cough and half laugh. Ha! So much for the simple life. The dragonborn collapsed on the floor, his rust-colored scales painted a deeper red by a pool of blood. Killed by a yarnling in Mother Mercy's hut. Got me a fairy tale ending after all. Rust gritted his teeth at the sight of Ob bleeding out. He turned to see Audra trembling as she watched Grace unravel. The remaining yarnling dashed into a corner and hid under two chairs. The orc snapped the arrow shafts sticking from his arms and stomped towards the girl. His massive hand swatted away her cover. Cowering won't save you. You were dead as soon as you started swallowing Mother Mercy's lies. He dropped the axe like an executioner, splitting the girl in half. It took Rust a few seconds to register the arrow in her hands and how it had been stabbed between his ribs. Oskel rushed into the room, readying an attack. The racist is dead and I have the jewel. Let's finish. Her triumph was soured by the sight of two bleeding bodies. She knelt down and slapped Ob's snout. Distressed, she ran across the room and attempted to kick Rust into consciousness. Oskel stroked her ridged horns in an attempt to calm her seething frustration. A black tear traveled to the tip of her nose and dripped onto the floor. As her blurry eyesight cleared, she noticed the orange gems lining the shelves. Mother Mercy's magic wasn't in the baking or the knitting. She scooped a handful of citron. I'll heal them. Then I'll heal this whole rotten city. Chapter 32, The Party's Over. That greasy hustler would not understand. I left my home to spread virtue, but poverty pulled me into vice. I joined the clergy to change lives, to stamp out evil in people's souls. Again, I was powerless. My life has taught me that evil feeds on mercy. The only way to deliver justice is to meet cruelty with cruelty. You balance the scales by hurting those who hurt others. Sorry I asked, said the coach driver. Didn't mean to scratch at old wounds. Takal took a deep breath. Excuse my outburst, it seems I lost myself for a moment. You're not the first to bend old Lorette's ear today. The hinfolk pulled on the reins, rounding a corner. In fact, you're not the first dragonborn to complain to me today. Dragonborn are not plentiful in this city. You must be quite popular. The paladin pushed away a napping bee boy that the sharp turn had forced onto her lap. I'm popular among monstrous races, sure. Unless a cabbie's hurting for cash, most'll sail by a dragonborn or tiefling. Had I 2 lifetimes, I'd dedicate the second to expunging that prejudice. Takal wrapped her splint mail with clawed fingers. But this life is reserved for destroying the corrupt and complacent in Oromut's name. Lorette glanced back, catching a deathly serious stare. Pardon me saying this, but that's the problem with a short life, you get so fixated on finding a purpose and finding it quick. Never take time to just enjoy being alive. She paused to slow the horses, allowing pedestrians to cross. It's always work. Working for a better life. Working to please a god. No relaxation. No contemplation. So focused on speed, they forget to check the direction they're headed. Takal peeked out the window. I believe you missed the turn towards Cimasla's main gate. Traffic's a killer now. Taking the long way will be quicker. Very well, I shall prepare my personal effects. Takal pulled a backpack and 2 satchels over her shoulder. She shook B-Boy, who was bathing in a puddle of his own drool. Was it? Morning prayers already? I don't want to. He's big and smells like sulfur. The kobold wobbled into an upright position. Compose yourself, B-Boy. The carriage slowed to a stop. Pay the driver and join me at the main gate. Today starts our search for the heads of Tyalaga. The 2 disembarked and disappeared into the horizon. Lorette took their gold and slid it into the lockbox hidden under her seat. A snap of the reins sent her horses galloping across town. She slowed to a stop when she noticed a half-elf flagging her down. Good day, Ms. Autumnleaf. The hinfolk bowed in her seat, causing frizzy hair to bounce slightly. I'm up to date on my permit and payments. What seems to be the issue? Irma ducked into the back seat. This is a matter of your business, not mine. Please take me to the industrial sector. Stunned, the hinfolk hesitated before spurring the horses. Tired of backflipping across the roofs? Or did the cistern start paying you a fraction of what you collect? The tax collector pinched the bridge of her narrow nose. Jumping around has gotten a lot less safe. I'm liable to slip and fall with all the slimes around town. Lorette bounced in her chair, incensed. Little buggers melt my wheels and scare away tourists. Really putting a kibosh on my business. Nobody seems to know where they're coming from. The half-elf sighed. The coach took a sharp right at a bitter brick brewery. You'd think the council would do something to fix this. Irma hung her head, letting burgundy strands fall over her face. They're too busy jumping at shadows. Councillors are having guards haul away monstrous races for questioning. Apparently, being born with tusks or horns is suspicious enough to earn you jail time. We both know politicians are useless. Hate to say it, but their little inquisition doesn't hurt civilized races like us. The driver gave a small nod. Irma ran her thin fingers along the window. It's hurting us too. We become less civilized the more we treat others like animals. Unfortunately, Cimasla's become numb to that kind of suffering. You knew that was important to me. Phil shot an accusatory gaze at Joel. And you still stole the heart of the island from under my nose. Gol protested. When we sailed from Cimasla, I trusted that you'd help me return with the stone. Then you trusted that I wouldn't take it. Look where all that trust got us. Roran scowled behind the tiefling. This petty thievery of yours has shrunken this adventuring party by 2. Phil put a hand on Roran's chest, causing him to step back toward a concerned Cuppy. I'll never have another chance like this again. Phil cast out his hands, splaying fingers in a display of exasperation. Take me to Mother Mercy now. Gol dismissed this request with a wave of her hand. Not a chance. Me and Mother Mercy needed that jewel more than you ever will. Without warning, she doubled over and clutched her stomach. It's like I swallowed a bag of daggers. You can't lie your way out of this. We're going to see Mother Mercy. Gold fire burned in Phil's eyes. Yeah, that's right. Gol mumbled, turning away. The taste of Mother's pastries always makes me feel better. She'll make everything better. They followed the dwarf orc into the bee. She weaved through a maze of alleyways, occasionally bumping into walls as she held her stomach. After roughly 20 turns, they discovered a shack. It was small and unassuming. From the outside, it appeared to be abandoned. "She's surprisingly dedicated to this charade," commented Roran. "Perhaps we should post a guard at the door?" Cuppy leaped up, frantically waving a hand. Slugsy clung desperately to her wrist, tail end wagging from side to side. "I'm the most helpful little gnome you'll ever know, beast meat. Lemme at it." Roran nodded, silently joining Phil and Goal inside. The space was cramped and littered with colorless yarn balls. A sour smell filled the clear air. Empty shelves lined the walls. In a back room there was a small oven that was missing its heating gemstone. The only unstained section was a spot roughly 5 feet long by a broken wardrobe. "Where is she? Where is the back room?" Goal darted around the small building, tearing down curtains and appending chairs. "Mother Mercy? Please come out. I'll swindle more marks. I'll hurt anyone, betray anyone, just come out." Falling silent, she pressed her forehead against the doorframe. "Enough already." Phil pulled her into the center of the room. Goal followed along limply. Takal was right. There is no Mother Mercy. His voice began to quiver. "Is this why you followed me out of the city to start with? You planned to steal the gem and open a fat account at Earthsalt's bank?" Each breath was deep and unsteady as his eyes became misty. "Did you ever think of me as a friend? Can you even comprehend what it means to be a friend?" He covered his face with 2 balled fists. "I value my friend's privacy. But you're no friend of mine." Phil's mind lashed out, barging into Goal's skull. The space was vast and sterile. At the center, her thoughts were a confused cluster of words: betrayal, trust, deadweight, liabilities, pastries, mother. "Stop," pleaded Goal in a pained whisper. The tiefling turned away from her and stomped toward the door. "You're a mess. It's time to find out what's important to me. You should do the same." He headed out the door, ignoring Cuppy's questioning. Roran followed Phil through the alleyways and out of the bee. The warlock trembled from the horns on his head to the tips of his toes. "We're going to see my family, Roran. I can't let her steal that chance from me." His tear-stained cheeks glistened in the fading sunlight. Chapter 33, Searching and Researching. Am I really going to risk staining my record after the Praetor himself wiped it clean? Goal thought as she stared at Cimasla's central police station. Under its steep steel roof were 5 walls of small, stark white bricks. Cloudy windows and heavy wooden doors were put in parallel sets on each side of the building. Across the stone street were the backyards of residential area houses. "If it finds me Mother Mercy's killer, I'll take the risk. She's the only person I met ever worth trusting. Helped me when I had nothing and didn't stab me in the back like Philanthropy and the Preachy Princess." She ducked under a cart of gardening tools as 2 guards passed by, filling Cimasla's moonlit alleys with echoes. The lankier one nodded his head. "Yup," melted the poor old boy into a puddle. His portly dwarven counterpart responded, "If that can happen to a lieutenant, what would that monster do to us?" "Nuttin', 'cause we ain't important." The dwarf shook his hand axe in the air. "Ho ho. I like the way you think. I likes the way I think too." The slender guard gave a 2-toothed smile. "Report said there might have been a personal motive. Good thing I don't know me no monstrous races." The dwarf glanced around nervously. "Any monstrous race could be the killer. Maybe I should talk to my wife about the company she keeps." The old bird was planning to split the cost of a deep eel order with some dragonborn. Their voices trailed off as they vanished into the misty night. "This city is covered in oozes and slime balls anymore." Goal shuffled out of the shadows and clambered up the station's walls. She sidled along a ledge and peeked through one of the windows. Squinting, she made out a single lantern. "Not this one." She snuck around the perimeter, taking extra caution near open windows. Second floor, corner room, no lights. She cleaned off the glass and examined the next candidate. As she stared into the room, she noticed something staring back at her. Gol leaped up and grabbed onto the metal roof. She desperately pulled up her thick legs in time for the window to fly open. "Cimasla City Guard," came a voice from below. Next came a silence that seemed to last a small eternity. Gol used both hands and feet to wedge herself between the rafters. Sweat started to gather on her hands and brow as she waited. A single salty drop traveled down her nose, lingering long enough to make the dwarf orc panic. "I can't go to prison for this. Imagine me, the sweaty burglar, thrown in with the worst cutthroats in Cimasla." Below her, a befuddled guard glanced around. He was startled to see a single droplet fall from the sky. "Great, more rain. Like the city isn't wet enough." Disgruntled, he slammed the window shut. Hesitating for a moment, the dwarf orc dropped down and continued her search. When she found the correct window, Gol reached into a pouch by her shoulder. Pulling out a flask of acid, she melted the lock. Gingerly pushing open the panes, she stepped inside. Her first instinct was to visually sweep the room. A small door opposite the window was the only conventional entrance into the record storage room. It was filled with parallel lines of filing cabinets, each one wooden and joyless, like a military march of marionettes. This strict and sensible floor plan was undercut by the state of the space. Drawers were left half open, their contents strewn about randomly. Stacks of paper littered every conceivable surface, with the floor being home to some particularly tall piles. Gol attempted to avoid stepping on stacks as she navigated the clutter. Don't take their law enforcement very seriously around here, do they? Good thing, that means less security. She rifled through the documents, desperate for a lead. They're using the old chronological system, meaning recent crimes will be on top of the piles. The clanking of metallic boots stopped her search. She froze in place as the sound got louder, approaching the small door. Gol tiptoed at a painfully slow pace, desperate to avoid making noise or stirring up paperwork. Lamplight poured in as the door slowly creaked open. A guard gingerly stepped around the room, illuminating his path over stacks of paper. "Oh, how I love risking my life to make the higher-ups look good," he said to himself. Could have sworn I locked that window." He shut the window panes and found the melted lock. "Great, the oozes are at it again. I'll need to borrow more adhesive from downstairs." 2 paperweights provided a temporary solution as he shuffled back through the paper towers. Could have sworn it was over here with the other recent murders. Glancing through the stacks, the guard was unable to locate what he was looking for. Somebody else must have took it. What kind of tenderheart would risk their life to investigate an old lady's killer? Outside, Gol clutched a single sheet in her hand. The page outlined a string of murders perpetrated by an unidentified tiefling. Looking for a tiefling? Well, I know plenty. The well-dressed half-orc spread out his arms, immaculate cuffs indicating the assembled rabble. A crimson-haired tiefling sneered from a dingy corner. Another sharpened a curved blade to Gol's left. They sat in rotting chairs that reeked with the unmistakable smell of urine. "I'm not looking for any average sewer rat. I'm looking for Mother Mercy's killer." A slovenly half-orc guffawed at the mention of Mother Mercy. Gol delivered a hazel gaze filled with hatred. A meaty green hand gently stifled the laughter. Now, brother. Let's not insult our guest." The more civilized sibling wiped slobber on his vest before returning his attention to the dwarf orc. "My apologies. Ever since we expanded into the loaning business, he just can't bring himself to take information gathering seriously." "Sure," Gol allowed the awkward air to clear before she rephrased her request. "I need to know who's been buying corrosives lately. Willing to pay extra if they've been involved with tieflings." A wicked grin touched the tusks of the half-orc half-brother. "I have a former acquaintance that fits the bill. I wouldn't recommend telling him where you got his name." Gol followed his tip to a warehouse in the industrial sector. Black glass, uncut, infused, and unhoused. No technomancer's going to offer this good of a deal on obsidian. Stubby ringed fingers returned the lid to the limestone-lined crate. You must know a person or two to make this deal happen. The dwarf's stare undercut his friendly tone. Lucky you're dwarf blood. I've had bad experiences with monstrous races lately. Appreciated. I can see you're a busy man. Gold glanced around the warehouse, noting empty jars, full crates, and ready bowmen. I'll bet you've got more than one deal scheduled tonight, aren't you well informed? The dwarf adjusted the orange pelt around his shoulders. Woman after my own heart. If it weren't for those tusks, I'd show you that my warhammer is the only part that isn't dwarven. I like to know who I'm dealing with. Cannabison boots. And is that genuine vulpine fur? Orange is a hard color to find. Goal pointed at the muffler draped around the dwarf. She's got taste, he pontificated, adding a sweeping gesture for the amusement of his men on the mezzanine. That's right, it's real. A little scrawny because she refused to eat. Goal's voice was flatter than the plains north of Cimasla. Truly a man of refined tastes. With blinding speed, she closed the gap between them. Arrow pierced the ground, striking where the dwarf orc had previously stood. She pulled an arm around the dwarf, brushing away the orange pelt. As it dropped on the warehouse floor, Goal pressed a short sword against his throat and shouted out to the archers. I've dodged arrows before. I'm betting your employer has not. She strafed around the room, carving a semicircular path towards the door. Whispering in the dwarf's ear, she said, better tell me about your recent dealings or tomorrow the Bitterbricks books will be under audit. Her sword slid gently along his neck mimicking a bard drawing his bow across a viol. Oh, and you'll be dead too, if that's important. The dwarf struggled to speak. If I tell you, then she'll do far worse things to me. Let's be quick about the exchange. I have other business to attend to. Goal's head shot up at the sound of a new voice. Noticing a hooded figure at the warehouse's entrance, she cast the dwarf aside and threw her short sword. It pinned the visitor to the wall by the cloak. After some desperate tugging, it tore, revealing a red-skinned woman with ridged horns. As the hood fell to the ground, the dwarf orc noticed a strange collection of features: thin face, broad nose, tiny tusks, scaly neckline, and wavy hair that was a fusion of jet black and green blonde. There were ears like mussel shells on either side of her head. A crate clattered to the ground as she sprinted away. Goal chased after the tiefling, only to find her path blocked by a wall of arrows. Outside, Oskel made her way around the building. She glanced through filthy windows as she hustled by, noticing a violent fracas inside. Consequences of his actions finally caught up with him. She chuckled. Good. I don't need that revenue stream anymore. Whoever they were, they did me a favor by removing that bigot from the picture. Oskel rounded the back of the building and turned toward the city streets. I'll need to distribute the slimes directly now, but I've got friends to help me with that. She spared a glance at the scraps in her hand and smirked. Repairing the hood will be the hardest part. Her musings came to a screeching halt as Goal burst out a window. The burglar pinned down Oskel, pressing both hands against the tiefling's upper arms. Goal's gaze traced a path from the tiefling's ear, down to her chin and back up to the opposite side. Nice scales. I know someone who does terrible things to dark scroll diddlers like you. Oskel winced at the putrid breath accompanying the voice. I've got bigger ambitions than blindly following Tyalaga. Goal leaned in closer, raising her voice. I don't care about your damn gods. Her shouts were accompanied by blasts of spittle. Tell me why you killed Mother Mercy. I killed her because she took monstrous races like us and weaved them into her puppets. A muddy cloud enveloped the two women. Goal felt the tiefling growing slimy and slick. She pinched harder but was dismayed to find it caused Oskel to slide through her grasp. The dwarf orc was left dumbfounded and furious outside the warehouse. Oskel slipped into an alleyway alongside a cluster of cloudy slimes, uncomfortably close. She patted the slimes affectionately. Looks like Mother Mercy was working on getting more material for yarnlings. That one seemed pretty far gone too. I'll bet she's got a lot of soul-searching ahead of her. Didn't expect it to be this dilapidated, thought Joelle, staring at the shelter. The outside was decorated with splintered wood and broken windows. Inside was tastefully adorned with spider webs and shattered chairs. The untended garden crawled with vermin. Haven't given up on avenging Mother Mercy, but I'm more than curious about her killer. Goal opened the rickety front door and shrugged. Nobody's home? Maybe they were carried away by cockroaches. There's certainly enough of them. Sickly sweet nostalgia clouded her eyes as she searched the wreckage. I met Phil in a dump like this one. Always avoided the crybaby, figured his gullibility would rub off on me. She recalled how she'd hide shells, rocks, and other treasures in unassuming corners. The kitchen in this place was even more claustrophobic than the one in her recollection. The few remaining pieces of cookware had accumulated an impressive collection of dents. A small classroom at the front of the facility also showed its age. Anything valuable had long since been ransacked, leaving a large room filled with only a handful of broken boards and desks. Goal turned over a termite-infested toy box. I doubt this place was always such a rough spot. She took time to examine the upturned tables and shattered chairs. If I was the betting sort, I'd say it was abandoned years ago. The last area she searched was the bedrooms. Each housed a single large bed lined with stiff pillows. Memories raced through Goal's mind, reminding her how several shivering bodies would snuggle together under thin blankets rather than risk sleeping in the streets. Her search was fruitless outside of finding a pile of garbage blocking the back of one bedroom. Shame this room got turned into a dumping ground. Bet there's a flock of urchins out there who'd kill for a warm bed. Literally. She shook her head and tried to refocus on the task. My information network is pretty reliable, even without Mother Mercy. This better not be another bunk tip. Still looking for the grubby orc that leaked the last one to me. Extensive effort was required to remove the barricade. Chair legs, building supports, cabinet drawers, and children's toys tangled together. Every item moved generated a small avalanche. Finally finished, she observed the fruits of her labor. The back wall was plain and faded, just like every other wall that made up the building. No unique dents or stains marked it as different. Paper-thin panels, standard in the B. Phil flew right through one of these whenever he picked a fight. Goal ran her hand along the off-white surface. Never got along when we were younger. I guess we don't get along now either. Her hand drifted to the right and effortlessly she passed through the wall. It melted as if eaten away by acid. Behind it was a dank, uneven tunnel. Now that looks like what I came here for. Goal pulled out her tinderbox, a flask of lamp oil, and a lantern. If I'm going to find answers anywhere, it's going to be through the musky hole in the wall. How lovely. Guided by lamplight, Goal squeezed her thick frame between the uneven walls. She traveled through the winding tunnel until it opened up. The damp walls had been carved into a rough rectangular room. Sweeping the lantern around, Goal noticed modest furniture, glass vials, dark stains, and a curious floral stench in the air. Can't say I'm appetized. It smells like an apothecary burnt his lunch in here. Goal kicked aside moldy books and stomped through shallow puddles. The dwarf orc searched the area, moving beakers, scales, dishes, rulers, magnifying glasses, and other tools. Failing to find anything of interest, she scoured drawers and worktables for information. In a small cabinet, she found glass tubes stained with gold residue. Alongside them were some faded, yet legible, records. They sported a letterhead common to the industrial sector's technomancers. She combed through them, absorbing the gruesome contents of each legible entry. Well, this might make it slightly harder to stab her to death. Chapter 34, Living in a Glass Palace. Will we find a head of Tyalaga in these mountains? Asked B-Boy, eagerly scooching his seat closer. A pair of wrinkled hands waved over the smoky orb at the table's center. You can count on it. The kobold nodded. Good. Where will we find them? The outlook is hazy. You'll need to ask again later, croaked the robed old crone, looking up from her crystal ball. Numbers and dark mist swirled on its surface. Annoyed, B-boy hopped out of his chair. As he landed, the viol on his back hit against the dirt floor. That's it? Aren't you some kind of seer? A master spellcaster? Signs point to no. Well, the sign outside this tent said 10 gold pieces per fortune. I want my money's worth. Don't count on it. She shook her head, causing thin hair to fall in front of her hazy eyes. The kobold's eyes narrowed. So you're a charlatan? Likely yes. The crone gave a toothless smile. Are you going to return the money? I don't think so. B-boy stormed out, scuttling down the rocky slope into Actonop. B barged into the bar and spoke with his typical high volume. The Shark-Mouth Mountain Seer was a bust. But the viol crossbow is shaping up. Crossveal? Still working on the name. The drinking townsfolk met him with looks of contempt and curiosity. They whispered among themselves, that little one's a dragon, innit? No, no. Dragons are large and scary. That there's a goblin. It's monstrous, whatever it is. I've seen one of them. It's a kobold. Like a goblin with dragon blight. I'm not sticking around to catch the blight. Remember what happened to Melange after they let in a dragon man? In the back of the inn, Takal sat at the counter. Across from her, the barkeep spoke in a gruff voice. More dragon people. Reckon I just had one here the other day. Had them light scales just like you. Takal emptied a glass of ice water. That was likely me. My companions and I were in this pub earlier. That leathery skin makes it hard to tell y'all apart. Now what can I do to stop you terrifying these good folks? The barkeep's gaze swept the room, indicating the townsfolk whispering and cowering. Takal stared through the barkeep. I'm searching for a place to sleep and a follower of Tyalaga. Looking to join her? The dragonborn seethed as he continued talking. We're a nasty outbreak of dragon blight in another village, so I can't offer you a room. Don't feel like replacing another bed. B-boy scrambled onto the bar stool next to Takal. His feet dangled in the air for a moment before he pulled himself up. What happened to the bed? The barkeep took coins from the kobold and poured him a drink, burned with the person sleeping on it. Woof. Not the most hospitable, are they? B-boy scratched a scaled cheek nervously. How much for soup and a sandwich? Ain't got none of your fancy city food here, but I'll serve you a flatbread trencher if you like. A stale circle of dough was plunked onto the table with a crusty thud. Takal stood up. Our next destination lies in the frosty peaks of the Shark-Mouth Mountains. We cannot afford to waste more time here. She turned toward the door. Can't we stay for a warm meal? B-boy asked the front door as it slammed shut. What's got her so worked up? A bowl of watery root vegetable soup was pushed toward the kobold. Tried to work some magic on a wounded miner. He was none too pleased to be touched by a dragon man. After a short trip into a side room, the barkeep returned with a slightly moldy chunk of cheese. Rats. She's probably halfway up the mountain. I hate deep snow. He turned to the barkeep. Wouldn't happen to have magical gemstones around here? We mine plenty of them. Shame for you, the guy what trades them hasn't returned. The barkeep scrubbed the spot where Takal's Saturday. You'd have to be some kind of technomancer to make use of the raw stones. You don't say? B-boy's vertical pupils widened. The kobold's tinkering took the better half of the afternoon. By the time he caught up with Takal, they had already reached Shark-Mouth's snowy slopes. Fascinating, isn't it? B-boy waved the device in front of Takal's face. I based it off the flood stopper used by canal architects, minus the expensive infusion. White gems covered each of the tool's 6 faces. Howlite slowly expels heat until it reaches sub-zero temperatures. It effectively absorbs cold from its environment. He slid the device back up his sleeve. Tubes filter the warmth across my body. I can even expel excess cold if needed. A silver dragonborn has no need for such comforts. Takal pushed straight through a snow drift using her shield. B-Boy cautiously stepped around, testing the ground to ensure he wouldn't be buried. I don't have the same advantages. The dragon blood in kobolds is pretty diluted. Remember that it is the blood of Tyalaga. Stray from the righteous path and I'll strike you down. Fall behind and you'll be abandoned. I bet that single-minded fervor is a riot at social gatherings. B-Boy hustled, his short legs blurring in an attempt to keep up. Heard you helped out some townsfolk, healed their wounds. Takal turned away from the kobold. A momentary lapse of judgment. Strength grows from independence. Coddling only breeds wickedness and dependency. She lowered a shoulder and stormed through 2-foot-tall snow. B-Boy shuffled behind, following the path Takal carved through the chest-high snow. But don't you depend on Oromut for your power? The silver dragonborn increased her pace. Enough idle banter. We are approaching our destination. The kobold blocked a frigid gust of wind with his arm. The frosty gale would have taken his floppy cap if it wasn't impaled by his horns. Finally going to tell me where we're headed? There. Takal's sharp finger pointed at a collection of dilapidated stone buildings. Piles of ice obscured the ruined town. This place was once sacred to my people. I don't tread these grounds lightly. B-Boy surveyed the distant peaks. The majority of the Shark Mouth mountain range was below them. The only portion at a higher elevation was a distant rocky cluster. If this isn't the highest point, then it has to be the coldest. He tapped the bottom of a glass bottle, confirming its contents were gone. Howlite's slow and I'm all out of sunny sap. It was much warmer in my youth, or so I have been told. Takal leaned against a snow bank, closing her eyes. I can picture it, a culture of proud warriors with scales whose shine would drive out darkness. She thrust a fist to the side, punching a hole in the snow bank. But now, it is in tatters. She slid down into the ruins, cutting through the snow with clawed feet. Behind her, B-Boy tumbled downhill, picking up powder until he was trapped in a snowball. Don't worry, I'm okay. He loosened the viol from his back and pulled on the handle sticking out from the snow. 2 additional strips of wood had been added to the bottom of the instrument. A thick cord connected them to the handle. B-Boy awkwardly angled it downward and fired a shot at his feet. The muddy brown arrowhead shattered as it hit the ground, releasing an ear-splitting sound. Takal covered her ear holes. What is in that arrow? B-Boy stepped out of the crumbled snowball, slightly deafened. What? The paladin's composure returned. Readjusting her splint mail armor, she asked, Your arrows, what magical gemstone are they made of? That magic was all my own. The arrowhead was made out of mundane mica. Actonop villagers were practically giving it away. The kobold crushed a flaky stone between his red-brown fingers. I've been practicing channeling magic through instruments. Now I don't have to shatter my weapon to cast powerful spells. He returned the instrument to his back. Imagine what I could do with a little sound silver. I'm impressed you've continued your studies. By way of reward, allow me to show you one of the oldest tales of the Dragonborn. Takal placed a palm on her holy symbol and started down the destroyed streets. The 2 passed broken buildings and dismembered statues as they crossed the remains of a settlement. Stone Dragonborn stood atop pedestals whose inscriptions had been eroded by age. Oromut's iconography littered every surface, painting the snowy ground with undulating lines of gold. Originally I wanted the crossviol to shoot knives, said the kobold, following a step behind Takal. Decided against it. Anybody from the B can throw a knife. But throwing sound? That's a Iscam original. Her sudden stop caused B-boy to bump into the back of her legs. What's so special about this place? Their travels ended in front of a large, circular building. The roof had collapsed, filling the inside with crumbling stones. This church would have taught warriors to fight the forces of Tyalaga, each one instilled with the knowledge that their strength could drive back the blight that proliferates dark dragons. She pointed out a wall of stained glass. Parts were shattered and missing, but the scene was still discernible. It depicted a clash on a cosmic scale. To the left was a snake-like yellow dragon. Below its long, golden body was an army of dragonborn, scales shining as light passed through the glass. The other side showed a fiend with mouths aflame. Its bloated body had numerous thin legs and 5 thick necks. Each neck ended in a different colored head, one blue, one white, one green, one red. The final one pitch black. Below the creature crawled 4-legged, 2-winged warped monstrosities, vaguely resembling dragons with dull scales. B-boy commented, "Reminds me of growing up, but down there, the murals were reversed." His eyes were fixed on the dull dragons below Tyalaga. "Are you sure about this? I grew up around chromatic fanatics. Let that be proof of my competence and conviction." Takal tossed a blue cone at the kobold. "I have already slain one head of Tyalaga." His transition was incomplete, but he was undoubtedly an emissary of Dragonblight. B-boy studied the trophy from Keymaster Cudgel. "Pretty small faying. I've seen chromatic dragons much more mature than this. You don't want to see what they do to uninvited guests. They're not even nice to their own followers. Oromut will lend me strength enough to deliver death to any dark dragon." Glints of golden light danced around her as she retreated into her faith. B-boy returned the blue tooth. "Okay, let's say we can do it. Should we do it?" The heat of simmering anger caused Takal's eyebrow to raise. "I mean, look at that mural. We're microscopic compared to the gods. Shouldn't you just put faith in the stronger god? If he's half as good as he seems, there's no way he'd need help from schlubs like us." The paladin consulted her prayer wheel before speaking. "There was a time that I believed that I could end the struggle by lending Oromut strength through my prayers. But I've realized that action must be taken to knock down the barriers to his glorious victory. A true acolyte does not forsake the mortal realm for the spiritual or vice versa. Through righteous battle we improve the lot of both." Her preaching was halted by a voice from above. It sang in tones of grandeur, "Dragonkind, and all that embrace it are welcome here. Wayward children, follow me to a crystal sanctum where you will gain new faith." They looked up to see a man with white wings soaring overhead. His flight split the cloudy sky, dispelling a storm that encircled a nearby peak. As the frosty winds dispersed, they revealed a castle made of crystals. B-boy gawked as the figure faded from sight. All the talk of religion and now this? Was that some sort of divine revelation? No, Takal shook her head. It was a head of Tyalaga. Approaching the castle involved descending from the ruined village and trudging across a tundra. As they pushed through the wintry wastes, B-boy filled the air with song and one-sided conversation. "That head of Tyalaga almost had me fooled. Reminds me of how the technomancers operated, overpromise and occasionally deliver. We had the skills, just not the time. Gunther was a great technomancer but a poor manager. Don't get me wrong, his workshop was a haven for monstrous races. He loved us, even those narrow-minded goblins." B-boy watched Takal stomp forward, kicking rocks and digging her sharp toes into the frozen ground. Her icy blue eyes drilled holes through the distant palace. An occasional snort was her only contribution to the conversation. Abhorring the frigid silence growing in the already cold air, B-boy continued, "The goblins in the workshop always disagreed with me, even on the simplest things. If you cut a large sandwich in half, would you say it's 2 sandwiches or 2 half sandwiches? I mean, if I split my sandwich into 4 parts, I'm not suddenly eating 4 sandwiches. If I cut my arm in half, I don't suddenly have more arms. More bread is not more better, but they didn't get it. Called me fire spitter, said I'd suffer like their family did. I couldn't care less. Torture me, whatever, just give me another sandwich. If somebody gives me a bad sandwich, he's dead. Returning from recollection, B-Boy noticed that Takal had pulled ahead. He sprinted down the path that she had carved, windmilling his arms whenever he hit a slippery patch. The bard slowed his pace a few steps behind Takal. All this food talk has got me hungry. Can't we stop to eat? The Dragonborn let out a frustrated growl. You are the only one speaking of food. Indulge in gluttony if you wish, but I won't wait. I intend to give this fiend a thorough hiding. A wry smile split B-Boy's snout. Good, I plan to do some hiding too. Chapter 35, Time for Reflection. 6-sided spires stabbed into the sky. They surrounded a square building with clear walls. Auroral lights painted the structure in shades of purple and blue. Faded banners flapped on either side of a giant entryway. Takal and B-Boy crossed the threshold and were bombarded by sound. A rich voice echoed down from the cylindrical lamps that decorated the ceiling. Welcome to a sanctum for those without a prayer. We embrace a future where hearts seeking freedom fly from the prison of faith. In front of the duo, dozens of reflective panels detached from the walls. They rearranged themselves, spinning around the room until they created a hallway. The snowfield behind them vanished as more panels unfolded from above. Takal charged forward, keeping pace as a corridor formed in front of her. I have no time for Tyalaga's propaganda. Behind her, B-Boy struggled to keep up. His tiny legs had already been pushed to the limit by their recent expedition outside. Slow down. In his haste, the kobold tripped and fell to the floor. As he caught his breath, the panels ushered him into a side room. A sign hung in the middle of the modest room, identifying it as a museum. The floor was littered with geometrically placed pedestals. They stood 5 feet tall and included step stools for shorter races. Fastened to each was a silver-framed placard. B-Boy walked up to the closest pedestal, labeled Early Life. He was mildly surprised when it began to talk. In his early life, our founder, the kobold tapped a talon against the placard. This frame must detect the sound of footsteps and replay a stored message. Simple trick if you've got money to waste on song silver. He glanced around the room, confirming that he was alone. I've got a few experiments that could really benefit from this stuff. Through considerable effort, he lowered his voice. Anyone mind if I grind up these frames for the advancement of bards everywhere? The only response was the placard, repeating its stored message, in his early life, our founder. Sounds like a yes to me. Deeper in the crystal sanctum, reflective walls sprung up in front of Takal. She crashed through them, showering the floor with fragments. Juking left and then right, she avoided the glassy rectangles as they emerged from either side of the narrow corridor. Ahead of her, a panel folded out of the wall at chest height. Without slowing, Takal ducked under it. As she rose back up, her head connected with one of the cylindrical lamps hanging from the ceiling. Having lost her balance, she spun around and tumbled to the floor. In the time it took for her to return to her feet, Takal had been surrounded. On all sides, the mirrors reflected scenes throughout the building. The mirror in front of her showed a kobold crouched over a white scroll, scribbling in powdery ink. Silver rivets on the mirror vibrated, relaying B-Boy's contemplative humming and occasional song. Watched by dragons inside a cave, a horrible place for me to be raised. I set out for the Cistern City. To find a lady sweet and pretty. Instead I found that what I craved was adventure to fill my every day. B-Boy, cease the foolish games. This place will bombard us until we are converted or killed. Takal's words had no effect on him, so she concluded that the device's communication was one way. With a swing of her war-pick she shattered the mirror, only to find another one behind it. This one showed a small army seated in an indoor amphitheater. They were surrounded by smooth crystalline walls. At the back of the circular room was a balcony occupied by a hulking winged man. Blocking her eyes with her shield, Takal pressed forward. Breaking another brittle barrier revealed another behind it. The scene was the same, developing in real time as Takal fought through the blockade. On the other side of the mirror, the assembly went silent as the giant man started his speech. Brothers and sisters, we creep ever closer to realizing our ideals. Imagine how wonderful, a drop world without gods. Waves of fervor cascaded through the crowd. Scores of milky eyes shed tears across their cracked, scaly faces. A flap of his white wings calmed the rowdy crowd. In this drop world, no one waits for divine intervention to solve their problems. Striving for your own goals is foremost. He stepped forward to grab the balcony's railing with his oversized hand. His other hand balled into a scaly white fist above his head. You needn't fight for gods or demons or anyone else. A future where no creature suffers the yoke of another's ambition just to survive. No pointless prayers, no empty wishes, just action. Takal ignored the speech as much as she could, drowning the words with the sounds of shattering. She wedged her war-pick in the wall and climbed to a higher level. The mirrors do not follow me above the first floor. With a steely look on her face, she darted down the second-floor halls, searching for the source of the speech. Identical rooms passed by the dozen, turning around the Dragonborn. She put a hand on her holy symbol and attempted to detect the head of Tyalaga's location. A familiar voice from below called up. Would you rather be shot by an arrow or sliced by a sword? Takal leaned down from the overhead walkway. B-boy, what is the reason for your idiotic inquiry? The kobold flicked his horns timidly. I think I tripped a silent alarm. Then time is short. I leave the dragon blighted to you. Stemming the source of this scourge is my purpose. She ran across the walkway, toward an exit on the opposite side. Wait. B-boy battered her eardrums with a shout, causing Takal to screech to a halt. Take this with you. The bard shot his crossviol into the air. The bolt landed by Takal's feet. The paladin removed the pale scroll that was attached to the bolt. What need have I for this relic of Tyalaga? She readied herself to toss it back. No, wait. B-boy flapped his arms wildly. I repurposed it. Just keep it out of the wrong hands. Takal stuffed the scroll into her belt and stormed off. Very well. There is no time to argue. Her path took her through countless identical rooms and halls. After an excruciating search, she emerged in the amphitheater. The head of Tyalaga's speech boomed through the room, echoing off reflective walls. His voice spoke with a grandeur befitting his size. From this sanctum, we will tear down the gods, both overambitious Tyalaga and neglectful Oromut. His rounded snout melted from a furious grimace into a kind smile. We will claim their power as our own and take flight like true dragons. The crowd raised scaly arms in support. Kobolds, Dragonborn, and a handful of humans rose to their feet, shouting in celebration. Each one's skin was sprinkled with powdery white scales. These gods have been broken before. Oromut's origins prove as much. To those that doubt, gaze upon me. He fanned out his wings and fingers, revealing skin the color of undriven snow. I hold a fragment of Tyalaga's power, but I'm not bound by her goals. Takal circled around the room, inching closer to the balcony while keeping hidden. Today I had planned to bring 2 more dragons into the fold. The whitehead grated his sharp teeth against each other, but they betrayed expectations, purloining relics and denying our teachings. He paced the balcony, casting an imposing shadow over portions of the crowd. They must be captured and educated before they cause more damage. He stomped down a clawed foot and threw forward one hand. Scour the sanctum. He turned to a nearby aide and commanded in a lower voice, "Bring me the ritual staff." From her position on the second floor, Takal watched the room empty. Seas of blank-eyed followers flooded out the amphitheater. She reached their leader in time to see him receive a bizarre weapon. The thick metal staff had two very different ends. One side ended in a spiked cylindrical cup. The cone-shaped club on the other side terminated in a sharp point. The servant delivering it struggled under the weight, but his superior lifted it effortlessly in one hand. As soon as his servant was dismissed, Takal lunged towards the man who stood 2 heads taller than her. Her war-pick ripped a hole in his indigo surcoat and revealed the thin clothes underneath. Avatar of Tyalaga, you are under-armored. Such overconfidence will be your undoing. She pulled back on the war-pick, causing the hammer end to rocket upward. It struck the Avatar's flat lower jaw and forced him to drop the metal staff in his hand. Opening his mouth to speak, he forced the Dragonborn's weapon downward. Dog of Oromud, you are the one with unfounded confidence. The religious leader grabbed Takal by digging his claws into her skull. His massive mitt covered from the back of her head to the sides of her snout. Takal spluttered out words as she was lifted off the floor. You are a slave master who preaches freedom. 2 slanted nostrils buffeted Takal with arctic air. White reptilian eyes locked onto the paladin's, slicing into her with vertical pupils. If you knew your god's true nature, you'd see I'm no hypocrite. With 2 talons, he plucked the scroll from Takal's belt. What could a lapdog of Oromud gain from stealing this inert relic? The paladin struggled to chant a short spell with her mouth constricted. Her warpick limply slapped against the white dragon's ripped clothes. A glowing serpentine sigil appeared on her foe's chest. You will not escape me. A mark of divine retribution? Droll and pointless. He heaved, turning around with a single large step. Takal's body was dragged along with the motion before being flung onto the cold ground below. Picking up his staff, he unfurled the white scroll. I have absorbed its power, but it remains an important piece of history for my followers. His gaze settled on a silver glyph inscribed in the center of the otherwise blank scroll. What is this vandalism? Don't recognize that accent. Sounds like you're no friend of mine. B-Boy's voice replayed from inside the scroll. If you're hearing this, you've activated my trap. A barrage of sound pelted the white dragon. The force was enough to push him and his weapon off the balcony. He landed heavily on the ground near to a recovering Takal. Her bruises shrank as she was engulfed in a golden glow. Having completed her restorative ritual, Takal raised her holy symbol skyward. Oromud's countenance bathed the arena in radiant rays. Your weak-filled thralls will not bother us now. The stragglers and servants in the amphitheater cowered as the light washed over them, backing out of the area slowly. Takal stepped toward the fallen man, watching him writhe while clutching his bleeding ear holes. The shining war-pick in her hand descended like a bolt of golden lightning. The head of Tyalaga pushed the ground with one wing, rolling away from the attack and towards his own weapon. Takal's strike split the frozen ground as the Avatar picked up his staff. A gust of frigid wind rattled the Dragonborn's armor as he took to the sky. Freedom from faith has granted me wings. I am no longer bound by any god. Gripping with both hands, he raised the staff above his scaly head. Warring makes dragonkind weak. We kill each other for the favor of greedy gods. But there is another path. Silence, screamed Takal as she removed her weapon from the ground. Flapping his webbed wings, the white dragon circled the paladin. Your religion would not share this with you, but gods have been broken before. So why not again? Split not into 2, 3, or 6, but thousands of parts. Without their influence, dragonkind will be free to love one another. Instead of self-diminishing, draconic races will flourish. Takal readied herself to fight. Your foul words fall on deaf ears. I will not abandon my righteous purpose for hollow sophistry. A pathetic dragon dancing to a tune she doesn't dictate. Swooping down, he aimed a powerful strike at the paladin. The conical club slammed the side of her shield, denting it. Whipping around, he sank the spiked cup into Takal's calf. She limped away, breathing heavily. A gasp for air transformed into a cone of blizzard breath. The chilled air around her crystallized, sending chunks of ice at the white dragon. Stepping back, he protected his body with a cloak of white wings. Pained sounds echoed through the amphitheater as a small icicle pierced his right wing. Takal fumbled for her holy symbol, holding it in two shaking hands. Dim golden light poured out, mending her leg. As soon as the wound closed, the light fizzled out. I'm reaching the limits of my faith. Smugness creeped across the avatar's snout. It seems that your god's generosity has run out. In the new dragon dynasty, that power would be freely distributed. Takal cast aside her shield, shouting as it clattered to the ground, Oromut rewards the independent. I will endure this evil. Child of Oromut, can't you see there's no evil here? Not in me and not in you. We're pawns in a greater game, a war between two cosmic children. The man rested his cup end of his staff on the ground, holding it in one hand. His other hand extended in a beckoning gesture. Lies. I know of your evil. I was taught about how Tyalaga's servants torture innocents to appease her. I will suffer injustice no longer, for I am a paladin of vengeance. She swept her left hand across her warpick, coating its entire surface in a craggy layer of gold. Frustrated, Tyalaga's avatar returned to a fighting stance. Your vengeance will justify my followers' vengeance. In turn, your people will swear revenge against mine. Dragonkind will kill itself without end. It benefits gods to cast the other as evil to hide their own cruelty. Smoldering, Takal took the flail from her bag. It's a fool who trusts someone who wishes them dead. Then you should distrust your god, because his directive has put your life in danger. He flew forward, blood dripping from the hole in his wing. Keeping low to the ground, he whirled his staff with enough speed to blur both heads. Takal whipped her left hand, causing the flail's spiked head to careen across the room. It struck a damaged wing, causing the Goliath to lose control and crash into the ground. She leaped into the air, and landed atop the toppled titan. She attacked with the shimmering warpick gripped tightly in her right hand. The jagged gold spike shot towards the white dragon's chest. The strike was caught by the staff's cupped end. Takal watched helplessly as her weapon was thrown across the room, embedding itself into a wall. Her shock was compounded when the white head twisted his wrist, sending the cone club's tip into Takal's stomach. The point pierced her splint mail, splitting one of the metal strips and ripping the fabric underneath. She landed heavily while her assailant rose to his feet. Sending you to Oromut is a mercy I won't grant. Between coughing breaths, Takal weakly puffed out a cloud of frost. Tyalaga's white head responded with a deluge of sub-zero wind. Icicles grew on his fangs as Takal was frozen in place. A fitting prison for one with beliefs so cold and brittle. Now to hunt down your ally who sullied my scroll. Elsewhere in the crystal sanctum, B-Boy sprinted through the halls. A horde of devotees chased after him, pouring out from all sides of the labyrinthine corridors. By frequently turning corners, he attempted to outmaneuver them. The bard vaulted over crystal catchpoles and slid between dragon-blighted legs. Smooth moves, B-Boy, he said to himself. His mind was lit up with flashes of drab brown skin and red hair. Well, I did have a titillating teacher. The kobold tossed a chunk of mica over his shoulder and hummed a spell. A blast of sound scattered his pursuers. His retreat paused at a four-way intersection. He glanced to the left path and saw a small group of fanatics. Similarly, the right path and forward path held advancing enemies. There are too many birds for one stone. He put away the mica and drew his cross viol. Turning around, he noticed that the path behind him was now brimming with dragon-blighted. Having exhausted all other options, he looked upward. The room's ceiling was littered with cylindrical silver-rimmed lamps. If you have a rock large enough, you have to hit 2 birds. Dragon-blighted devotees clustered around him, cautiously advancing with catchpoles in hand. "Join us, little dragon, don't you wish to fly?" Flaky skin dropped from their outstretched hands. "Wish I couldn't. It's a real pain in the throat." Bending down, he aimed his snout at the floor. A shout launched his small body upward. The limb of his crossviol caught on the overhanging lights. He swung around wildly, tangling them together until he was flung onto the upper floor. A few shots from his crossviol sent the cluster of lamps crashing down in a cacophony of sound. B-Boy amplified the sounds with a spell, knocking out most of the devotees on the floor below. The kobold broke into song, celebrating his victory. "The fruit of the root is so sublime, it's twice as nice as those of the vine." His merriment ended when he felt a cold hand on his shoulder. Behind him were 2 dragon-blighted devotees, one tall and one squat. The gnomish one's torso resembled a white dragon's head, with 2 horns poking out of his collarbones. The other was a lanky collection of spikes. His narrow fingers clamped around the kobold. "No more violence, brother. If you join the fold, you'll bathe in fragments of fallen gods. This is a mutual misunderstanding." B-Boy rapidly shook his head, squirming in the dragon-blighted grasp. "We were misunderstanding in opposite directions, so we saw completely different things." Freeing one hand, he reached into his bag and rooted around. The voice of the gnome came from behind his taller ally. "Hand him over. I deserve the credit." The lanky devotee turned around, absent-mindedly dropping the kobold. "My brother, what did you say?" The shorter of the 2 shrugged. "I have not spoken a word." He added without moving his lips, "Maybe you should stay awake during sermons and stop skipping baths." A spiky hand knocked the gnome off his feet. "Do not question my devotion or my hygiene." B-Boy pulled out a feather and some tiny tarts. "Here's something special I cooked up for humorless hacks like you." He twirled the feather in circles, wafting the scent of pastries into the air. The taller follower bent over backward laughing. A single gentle kick from the bard was enough to topple the man. B-Boy strolled around the chuckling beanpole, catching an interesting sight as he exited the room. The lanky one laughed uncontrollably as the gnome pinned under him struggled to invent appropriate swear words. The kobold traveled the halls until they opened up into an amphitheater. He studied the scene below before shooting his crossviol. The bolt landed at the feet of a large draconic man in a torn purple surcoat. The avatar planted his weapon in the ground and spread his arms wide. "It would seem he came to me instead." He laughed as the bolt's tip shattered on the frozen floor. "And it would seem he's a poor shot." A sphere of distorted space expanded from the broken bolt. It surrounded the white dragon and his weapon. He clapped 2 hands against his head as painful sounds bounced between the sphere's walls. Beside him, the staff warped and bent as it was buffeted by crushing noise. The brittle ends shattered, sending small pieces of metal in all directions. As the zone shrank, Tyalga's white head was left weaponless and riddled with shrapnel. The kobold turned concerned eyes to the icy prison that held Takal. "I told her we were out of our depth. I know better than anybody that opposing a head of Tyalaga is indirect suicide." Lurching forward, the draconic giant scowled at B-Boy. He opened his toothy jaw and began to pull in the frosty air. A thick white tail pressed against the ground, steadying his aim. Exhaling powerfully, he unleashed a stream of frozen fury toward the kobold. B-Boy winced, pulling his arms over his face. When he lowered them, he was surprised to see his body was unharmed. A golden shield hovered in front of him, splitting the icy attack. As the dragon breath dwindled, B-Boy strummed his crossviol and started to sing. A note traveled down into the amphitheater, dancing between the seats before arriving at a pile of crushed ice. The note soaked into Takal, who swelled with strength. Her flail and war-pick struck together, hitting the avatar's side and rending a chunk of white flesh from his body. As her weapons connected, the golden sigil flared to life. Oromut's face pulsed on the white dragon's chest before vanishing in a gleaming explosion. The white head of Tyalaga grabbed his side and shuffled away erratically. Lamely flapping his wings, he attempted to flee. Takal put a fist to her holy symbol and pointed with her warpick. I compel you to complete this duel. Ribbons of light shot from her weapon, wrapping her enemy's ankles. It's as if the ground itself clings to my feet. He took slow steps away from the paladin, blood spurting between his fingers. You truly have faith in that dirt-dwelling soil serpent Oromut. Takal turned around her warpick, approaching with the hammer head readied. Don't you see that warring makes dragonkind weak and controllable? If we dragons rose together, we could unshackle ourselves from the gods. The paladin pulled back her arm. You don't even know my name yet you hunt me? I need no name to kill you. The hammer head connected with the side of his snout, knocking the white dragon off his feet. There are countless names for what you are: dragon, devil, demon, monster, murderer, cultist, Tyalaga tainted. She stepped on his writhing tail and began battering his body. I have no care for who you are. Your presence accelerates her dragon blight. That's reason enough to end you. Her hammer reduced his rows of sharp teeth into a broken, pulpy mass. He wheezed out, you truly can justify any cruelty with enough faith. Chilly blood dripped from the body, forming red crystals on the ground. B-Boy shuffled down the amphitheater and asked, is it over? The Dragonborn placed a palm on the corpse. Not yet. Takal began a lengthy incantation. Power coursed through her claws and into the dead body. As she chanted, dragon-blighted devotees slowly approached. The radiance that kept them bound had faded, and they pressed forward with redoubled vigor. The kobold spun around, counting dozens of hostiles. Is this really necessary? Golden Father, cleanse this dark stain upon your land. Oromut, grant gentle repose to those who have been afflicted by this dragon blight. A bright flash blinded B-Boy. Around him, the white-eyed thralls collapsed into dust. That night by the firelight, Takal sorted through her pack. There was the typical water skin and bedroll alongside thunder salamander jerky and slips full of scriptures. These mundane possessions were joined by two fangs, one jagged blue and the other glossy white. Chapter 36, Squamous Misadventures. You really don't have to, complained Kira. Take it. I made way too much. Jan thrust the basket into Kira's hands, causing a slice of mustard-glazed ham to stain the aviant's feathery fingers. I can only stuff so much down my brother's throat. Overhead, the burning chicken's carving cast a long shadow from the setting Sunday, same as ever with your silly sibling? Kira cocked her head to the side, shifting the strap that held up her faux breastplate. Don't love throwing around coarse language, but silly is the best way to describe him. Jan put one hand on the pub's window and the other against her forehead. He's selling scale models of Cimasla now. She blew out a long, exasperated sigh. Kira, you have it made. Living alone must be a dream. The barkeeper let out a humorless, no, pointing her beak at the horizon. She groused, I haven't seen my family for years. I bet I'm too fat to fly anymore. Trust me, having family nearby is much, much worse. Jan gave Kira a side hug. Besides, you're still all kinds of lovely. An exotic avian like you must get a boatload of suitors each day. I get them by the tankard, complained Kira. Just drunks from the bar, with sloppy pickup lines and questions about employee spouse discounts. The brash beautician pulled out a pair of scissors and twirled them above her head of fuchsia hair. Let me know if they get too frisky. I'll have them in stitches. Literally. You can count on it. But I wouldn't worry too much. I'm not ready to get involved with anybody. Kira held open the door. A bird-shaped bell tinkled as they stepped through the threshold. Jan leaned on the front counter. You should try living with somebody. There are experiences that you can't replicate through casual conversation. Your stories make it sound ever so delightful. Kira turned around the sign on the door, indicating that the burning chicken was closed. The beautician glowered. Let me clarify, living with somebody you love. Circling the counter, the barkeep removed her hat. The feather atop it created a small gust as it landed. Don't you love your brother? He certainly makes it difficult. Jan raised her voice as Kira went into a side room to change her clothes. This morning he was stomping around the house in a towel, chanting, "The brothers, the brothers, the brothers have me hooked." The avian emerged, wearing a tight blouse and a high-waisted skirt. She ruffled her ginger plumage. Sounds like your siblings going crazy. No. He's just talking crazy. Jan stretched her thick arms and bent her broad back. Brian tells me it's an important distinction to make. Tiring of the topic, Kira pushed the beautician out of the pub. You want to go see a play? I hear the visiting troupe is something special. She fanned a hand in the direction of the residential area. Her feathers were grabbed roughly by a massive green palm. In front of the ladies stood two half-orcs. One had stained clothes draped sloppily over his hulking frame. In contrast, the other straightened out an immaculate vest and spoke eloquently. Now, you ladies wouldn't happen to know a Brian Draynard, would you? Any chance you'd explain why your war pick isn't gold-plated anymore? B-Boy asked, plodding along the dirt path. The power is temporary, but I can summon it again when the circumstance dictates its necessity. Takal's footfalls crushed twigs that littered the forest floor. You're pretty particular about when you use your magic. A little experimentation couldn't hurt. You might make a discovery or even some money. The dragonborn ducked under some low-hanging branches that stretched from the trees flanking the walkway. All magic has limits. The Golden Father will not provide power as a crutch. He gives in proportion to one's effort and faith. That is why I do not waste it on trifles. B-Boy effortlessly passed under the branches, moving closer to poke at Takal's warped splint mail. Just saying that armor repairs aren't free. I'll consult the Draynard siblings. They are skilled with textile repairs and information gathering. They may have news regarding another head of Tyalaga. I'm fine with living lean when I have to, but my bard studies are being stifled. There's so much more I could learn with just a few gemstones, distant hearing, magical motivation, barriers of sound, zones of truth. Maybe even speak with the dead or send messages miles away. The kobold folded his arms and pressed his chin against his chest. Bet you didn't know that exploding glyph cost roughly 200 gold pieces in Song silver dust. Unless you're planning on begging for alms, I'm not doing that again anytime soon. He paused for a moment, stopping his steps and falling behind Takal. Unless, I'll bet some folks will pay well for that healing of yours. Takal recoiled, causing her armor to rattle. Cease this sudden obsession with money. Mine is combat healing. The older and deeper the wound, the less potent it becomes, and the greater strain it puts on my faith. Oromut will not tolerate wasting his gifts. Pretty short on patience myself. I had to sell off that warming device just to afford travel supplies. Wouldn't believe everything I had to sell to afford raw howlite in the first place. Even without housing or infusion, they're mighty expensive. The kobold read the disapproval written in large letters across Takal's face. I'm just saying, a man gets tired of eating moldy bread for breakfast. You remind me of someone I'd rather forget. Sorry. B-Boy took out his crossviol and began to fiddle with it as he walked. I just figured once we beat the big ugly, we'd be showered in jewels and celebrated as heroes. You know, the sort of stuff epics are made of. The paladin admired the dragon head depicted on her shield. Its proportions were warped by the dented metal rim. I fight for Oromut's glory, not to enrich myself. Fame also holds no sway over my actions. Few dragonborn live to see the fruits of their labor. The viol let out a few sour notes. Doesn't have to be just one or the other. Not big on multitasking or shades of grey, are we? I simply lack patience for anything half-hearted. She hunkered down as 2 arrows struck her shield, embedding themselves in the wooden face. A third arrow ripped through B-Boy's hat, leaving a hole. "Hey!" he shouted with force enough to rustle nearby trees. 2 nearly naked humanoids dropped down from the forest's canopy. Their skin was coated in fur, one brown and the other gray. Unvarnished longbows were held in their clawed hands. Pairs of pointed ears twitched as arrows aimed at the 2 scaly travelers. B-Boy groaned, "Vulpines are one thing this journey doesn't need." Takal reached for her weapon and whispered, "What do you know of these beasts?" "Well, I know they're not beasts and I know they can hear you even if you whisper." The bard directed a red-brown finger toward their triangular ears. "Doubt they'll understand you, though." The gray one took a step forward, waving his bow in the direction of Takal's warpick. It shouted in an unfamiliar tongue, "Ipanwe, Onde." The dragonborn hesitantly sheathed her weapon, causing the shouting to stop. "I've never encountered Vulpine. How do we approach them?" The kobold shrugged. "Count yourself lucky. They're rarely seen and always crazy. They'll fill you with holes for looking at a tree the wrong way." The gray Vulpine started shouting at B-Boy, forcing him to put away his crossviol. Apparently they've held a nasty grudge since a past predator flattened the forests north of Cimasla. The brown Vulpine stepped back, and repeated with worried tones, "Agan Blightedre. Agan Blightedre." Takal tensed, letting her clawed hand worm its way to her holy symbol. B-Boy glanced over to her and spoke in self-sure tones, "I think they're speaking Goblinish, or something close to it. I bet I can translate." The gray Vulpine growled, "Agan Blightedre?" The bard closed his eyes and thought for a second. "They think we're dragon-blighted." Takal spoke calmly in an attempt to avoid agitating the gray Vulpine bowman. "Tell them we are natural-born dragons. Ixnay the violence ve. Stop the violence." B-Boy stammered. Avi Arie ilre yutfre uses j. We are fine fruit juices." The 2 Vulpines stepped closer to each other and started a private conversation. "Eitble aimcle ein bray ophie alls me onye. Blight claim brain of small one. Or may introducie o te ancestralie omhe. More intruders to ancestral home. Itsie eitedble, etle emthe ave he itye. It is blighted, let them have it. Everne, ugwood slay isye oundgre airway odiske ilwe igrore o te ulfe origle. Orangie onye arrivie ist he orningme o te emovere infectionye. Never. Slugwood is ground where goddess will regrow to full glory. Orange one arrived this morning to remove infection. Orangie onye isye adertre ohe ives le osie et pe ophie ivelized ke aces re. Or may I kelale o te ernbe eastre o ze anke expandie itieske. Orange one is traitor who lives as pet of civilized races. More likely to burn trees so can expand cities. Enough ye alkte, atwayo de ithwe agan blidre? Enough talk. What do with 2 dragon blighted? Eitble uinre omhe. Orswe ant he ivilization ke. Avi uribe andie erdalizfe orfe odiske. Blight ruin home. Worse than civilization. We bury both and fertilize for goddess. Agreedie. Ethertail fe ibtre anatke aloe or me agandre inye ugwoodsle. Agreed. Feathertail tribe cannot allow more dragons in Slugwood. The Vulpines raised their heads from their huddle to find the 2 adventurers had abandoned them. The gray Vulpine angrily kicked the dirt. "It's hay. I'll give you this bastard sword," pleaded Brian Draynard. "Sure, nobody knows who made it. But..." The businessman raised a single finger. "I bought it from a blacksmith's mistress for hundreds of gold. It's got an infused gem, so that should cover what I owe. This little visit isn't about repaying the money. It's about what you're doing with it. The half-orc wrapped a muscular arm around the businessman. Now look out there. He forced Brian's head toward the commercial district streets. The stonework was pocked with indents. What would you call those? Brian shuddered as the half-orc's breath blew through his shaggy hair. Roads? From the opposite side of Brian came a string of gibberish. A second half-orc spat and growled in something that approximated speech. "RGGR MFFHR, that's right, brother," replied the articulate half-orc that was manhandling Brian. "They're potholes. Who do I know that started making pots instead of fixing his roof?" He looked up at the giant sign nailed over a hole in the shop's ceiling. "They are not pots. They're scale models of Cimasla," protested the businessman. "They're collectibles." The half-orc tightened his grip around Brian. "Let me give you a little history lesson. Potholes got their names from potters digging up anti-corrosion clay to build Cimasla's walls. Some of them," he poked Brian's nose with a sausage-sized finger, "got overzealous. They started digging up the unpaved roads. Led the cistern to pave the streets in stone. Now we've got holes in the road and there's a new business that makes miniature pots. Doesn't that seem a little suspicious to you?" Brian squirmed in his grasp. "It's the slimes, not me. They're eating through the streets. Making friends with slimes? Bet they're awful comfy in those little pots you make them." "MFFFRH Grug," added his brother. "You couldn't be more right." "I feel like my investment is being wasted," replied the smarter sibling. Brian's tone raised past agitation and into the heights of frustration. "You thugs from the B barely lent me any money. What about the lightly damaged infuser I put down as collateral? Now. It seems our business partner has changed his mind. Do I need to ask my brother to assist in the negotiations?" The half-orc roared with guttural laughter. His chuckling became more intense as his brother approached, unsheathing a wide-bladed sword. The laughing became so severe that he dropped Brian and collapsed on the ground. "If my math's right, there's a full orc between the two of you." Red-brown hands waved a feather in the air. The more articulate brother rolled on the ground, a smile on his lips and hate in his heart. "RMRRM growled the other brother, slicing down at the kobold. "It's almost cute how hard you try." The kobold sidestepped, threading his rapier through the sword's handle. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled the weapon away from the half-orc. As the blade clattered to the ground, a blast of cold air froze the half-orc in place. "Enough toying with them, b-boy." Takal tied up the wrists and ankles of each brother. "Contact the guards so we might conduct our business in peace." While the bard searched for a guardsman to haul away the extortionists, Brian invited Takal into his shop. "Hope you're not here for January. She's got a hot date with an old friend. Won't be back for a while. We have multiple reasons to visit your family." A drop of water splashed the top of Takal's head. She looked up to see an oval hole hastily patched up with a large rectangle. Noticing her change in attention, Brian commented, "Minor mishap from over-infusing gemstones. Sold the infuser but I kept the gem tech and the damage." "Yes." Takal hesitated for a moment, dumbfounded. "We seek the heads of Tyalaga. I believe I may have mentioned it during a previous visit. Always had you pegged as an adventurer." Brian put his hands behind his head and swaggered around the room. "Jan always said I couldn't fix a problem without creating a bigger one. Said I'm not made to aid in a dragon quest." Takal lent an inquisitive ear hole to the businessman. "What aid do you intend to provide?" Brian puffed up. "I can tell you where a dragon is and give you something to help survive the trip." He ducked into the back room and returned with two devices resembling horse bridles. 3 emeralds glowed softly between strips of leather. "What manner of technomancy is that?" asked Takal. "They were designed for carriage riders in high altitudes. Just exhale onto the emerald to generate hours of clean air." Brian thrust them at the dragonborn. "Free of charge." Consider it payment for jailing those jerks. Takal examined the gemtech, her face slowly contorting into a portrait of confusion. I do not make a habit of giving or receiving charity. Where is this dragon that would require such a device? Oh yeah, a vulpine told me back when I was pawning off some perfectly functional gemtech, said Brian. It's in the depths of the slugwood. Chapter 37, Furry Meets Slimy. Vandalized again? Furry fingers held the nameplate up to the candlelight. It read, Bronk Doffs, Cimasla city engineer, under a layer of red ink. The ink spelled out, in dwarvish script, beasts belong in the wild. He cleaned the tag and returned it to its proper place in the office. Moonlight trickled through the room's single window. Outside, night blanketed Cimasla's industrial sector. I'm the only vulpine in this department, and probably the city. Where else would they let out their felicitations, frustrations? Setting down a fresh cup of tea, he turned his attention to a stack of diagrams. He'd been tasked with redesigning and refining the city walls and waterways. The task was monumental. Unfortunately, it was not enough to stop his wandering thoughts. The work will speak for itself. I rejected the fate of my fur for a reason. After deciding to abandon the forest, I won't be scared away by bigots. Daydreams returned Bronk to his childhood. The trees were a blinding green. Years were spent hunting and playing. It was a simple, pragmatic life. As civilization marched closer, the Feathertail tribe was forced into a difficult decision. An admiration for architecture had made him one of the few vulpines to choose an urban life. His family, on the other hand, chose to fight. It's been years. Would they even recognize my face? So much senseless violence over land. If I could engineer something to clean up the slugwood, there'd be enough space to end their isolation. Shaking his head, he let the fantasy fade away. Two canine eyes, sharpened by square lenses, returned to the drawings. He turned around the pages, desperate to understand the underlying logic. Why is there a collecting basin with a powerful purification device? And why are the waterways exposed? Wouldn't flat city walls be more practical than rounded ones? Cimasla's early architects must have been unfamiliar with empirical methods. Thankfully, enough room was reserved, in and around the residential area for agriculture. After taking a sip from his teacup, Bronk grabbed a quill and began to write. Start by fixing the decrepit canal in the B, funding permitting. Reinforce canal walls to mitigate contamination and increase flow. Afterwards, re-optimize the areas where canals start, allowing for the use of aquamarine or converted seawater. He reviewed his work, casually sipping from a now lukewarm cup of tea. Tap, tap, tap. Just an auditory hallucination. The long nights must be getting to me. Bronk rested his forehead in his hands. Tap, tap, tap. Bronk turned to find a robed tiefling tapping his name tag. Her red face was close enough that her two horns flanked his snout. Despite this, the only thing discernible under her hood were two glossy black eyes. His keen nose picked up a vinegar-like smell. This area isn't open to the public. Bronk felt around his pockets for a ruby he kept for self-defense. No need to be harsh. I'm different than the gnomes and dwarves that leave those nasty little messages. She turned her head, indicating the name tag stained by ink residue. I have important work to do. There's no time for conversation. Please leave before I call the guards. A band slid around his index finger. You do work some late hours. I wanted the discussion to remain private, so I've already addressed the city guard. Her tail slapped the floor rhythmically. Now tell me what a cunning vulpine is doing in a dead-end office job. Surely you have ambitions outside of being a gopher between the cistern and technomancers? Bronk pulled his hand out of his pocket. A series of metal bands wrapped around his index finger. His thumb was pointed at the roof. I can't immolate a tiefling with fire, but it'll be a good distraction. His thumb dropped onto the red gem at the ring center. A ray of heat blasted the tiefling, igniting her hood. No, she shrieked, patting away the flames from her face. More efficacious than expected. Bronk scrambled past her and out the doorway. His escape was halted by a gooey barrier. He bounced back into the office, landing at the woman's feet. She dripped black liquid onto his wrists and ankles, forming soft shackles. The Vulpine looked up to see a several-foot-wide cube of clear gelatin in his doorway. What is this viscous liquid? The tiefling kneeled down. Perhaps my introduction was lacking. My name is Oskal. I'm sure you'd be happy to help a fellow monstrous race. She tapped an orange gem against the rim of his glasses. I need to make use of this. Laying the citron on his chest, she stepped toward the ooze cube in the doorway. When you're done with that, I'd love some help finding homes for my slimy sweethearts. Rain poured down, causing Cimasla's canals to overflow. The giant aquamarine gemstones on the city walls were covered by tarps. Members of the guard hurried to shut seawater valves. These efforts returned the city's water level to normal. The only exception was one canal in the bay. Its aquamarine had been cracked long enough for an ecosystem to form. Rats scurried around, licking from puddles and getting trapped inside oozes. Various slimes dissolved the refuse dumped by residents. Small insects buzzed, swarming around anything too rancid for the other inhabitants. Overhead, 2 slugs clung to the bottom of the bridge. As the downpour faded, the larger one slid along the canal wall and transformed into a gnome. Ain't exactly ritzy, slusgy. Cuppy pulled the purple blob off the wall and put it on her shoulder. I don't think dear gonna kiss and make up soon. I'll have to go back ta da slugwood with nuttin ta show fa it. Finally, clear skies. Time to examine this canal. Square stones poked out of the canal's wall in pairs, forming a rudimentary ladder. A furry orange man awkwardly scrambled down and landed on the canal floor with a splash. A yellow bangle on his wrist tapped against the wall, causing the bricks to retract. He began to examine the old stonework and damp ground, making notes on a small sheet of paper. Occasionally, he would roast a slime with a jet of flame from his finger. Maybe I could convince the technomancers to create a hydrophobic, surface from slime hide. Cuppy gawked at the man while he studied the wall structure. Ain't seen ony dem fuzzies since the slugwood got its name. She looked at Slugsy, whose eye stalks were glued to the man. Brings back memories, don't it? The slug started to slip down her body, weaving between oozes to reach the man. Cuppy chased after her pet and scooped up its blobby body in 2 hands. Behave yourself. Just because he's onena dem don't mean he'll help. Noticing the gnome barrel toward him, the Vulpine jumped back, aiming his index finger at her head. The band of metal around it held a single large ruby. Bronk Doffs, Cimasla architect. Identify yourself. Sorry 'bout dat chief. Ma little guy there got awful excited ta see ya. She held up her tiny hands and presented Slugsy. Could that be? Bronk cleared his throat. Ma'am, where did you obtain that creature? Slugsy came from the slugwood. Well, I guess ID was called something different when I got M. She placed the slug on her head so he could get a good view of Bronk. 2 eye stalks scrutinized the architect. That name wouldn't happen to be the Lushwood? Asked the Vulpine, interest bubbling into his voice as he adjusted square glasses. How'd you know? Me and ma bud here wanna change dat name back, but we never got a chance ta ask fa help. Bronk stepped out of the path of an ooze the size of a house cat. I've been wanting to do the same. He scowled, gritting sharp teeth. I recently acquired a good reason to leave town for a while. Cuppy jogged in place, overflowing with excitement. No time ta waste. How's about you show me dat trick with de wall? Bronk chuckled, causing his glasses to bounce on his snout. Prepare to be amused, amazed, and educated. He lifted a hand, turning his wrist to show off a bracelet. It was lined with glowing yellow gems. This is topaz, sometimes referred to as goldstone. Bronk turned the bracelet so that a shining stone faced the wall. A gentle tap caused one brick to shoot out. The process was repeated until a slick set of footholds was formed. Cuppy creeped up the wall as Bronk slipped and stumbled to the street level. So I guess you're on a dem tinkerers, eh? The vulpine's puffy tail drooped. Well, I'm not actually, a technomancer. I work with technomancers, though. He directed the gnome across the bridge. Seem pretty handy with dem stones, Tommy. I can make use of gem tech, but I cannot create them. Bronk scratched a fuzzy cheek. Being an architect means finding applications for technomancy throughout the city. If it weren't for this profession, creating those handholds would have taken a much larger gem. We embedded the streets and canals with topaz to make things like this easier. Let me tell you more about what I've accomplished. Their conversation carried them past the walled houses of the noble quarter. They crossed into the industrial sector, continuing until they were in front of a square multi-level building. Age had given the wooden walls a dull gray color. Each level had 2 or 3 unwashed windows. The dismal building had a single small door on the ground level. Cuppy fit in easily, but Bronx had to duck inside. Look who decided to show up for work, said a gnome at the front desk. Her light brown hair was braided behind her head and she wore a utilitarian office outfit. Bronx scratched a pointed ear. My apologies. I neglected to visit the office before beginning my fieldwork. It may be a result of losing sleep from working late. You wouldn't have to stay late if you were better at your job. In a huff, the receptionist slapped the desk. Now stop with your charity in the bee and get back to work. The building's interior was as drab as the outside. It seemed to be designed for employees ranging from 3 to nearly 5 feet tall. Posters paid lip service to maintaining an inclusive work environment. The most hospitality offered to taller races were signs noting where one might bump their head. They often hosted text explaining how each employee is responsible for his or her own safety. As they walked down the hallway, Cuppy asked, "Why'd you let her talk to you that way?" "I have no illusions of being a valued employee, but I need to bear it for the gemstones and for the slugwood." Cuppy followed behind Bronx as he took the tiny stairs 2 steps at a time. "Hey dear chief. Why's the slugwood so special to ya?" "It's a matter of my conscience. Vulpines once called that place their home. Though it eludes me why a swamp druid would want it changed back. It ain't so much about me." Cuppy's explanation was drowned out by a tsunami of catty voices. Beards and big noses poked over square, roofless offices. Turning away from their work, the dwarves and gnomes greeted Bronk with a bitter backhanded barrage. "Welcome back, big guy," heckled a balding, heavy-set hinfolk. His outstretched leg made a half-hearted attempt to trip the vulpine. "Didn't know foxfolk kept pets," ribbed a wrinkled, white-haired gnome. "I thought all your friends were monstrous races," said a monocled dwarf. The dwarf's neighbor elbowed him. "Speak no lies. He's as friendly as a salamander in a snowstorm." A voice from the back of the room taunted, "Training a replacement? Looks a bit slimy. Must have scraped it up in the bee." There was a wave of cruel chuckling. "Still wasting taxpayer money on a pipe dream," coughed the lone female worker. "Lucky the gem founders are generous or he'd put us out of business. If Keymaster Cudgel was still cracking the whip, we wouldn't have to worry. Horrible what happened to him. Wish they'd release more details." Turning the corner, Bronk and Cuppy took a rickety flight of stairs. It abruptly ended in a small landing. The top floor's single door opened to reveal an attic office. "You's not gonna say nuttin' 'bout dem Kawokas?" Cuppy opened a bag so Slugsy could crawl in and avoid the dust. "Dey went a bit far fa jokin'." Bronk pulled off his ruby ring and wrapped it in cloth. He threw the bundle down a chute labeled Magical Gemstone Rain Fusion. Their jarring, jeering, doesn't even elicit a response anymore. A brightly glowing ring slipped onto his furry orange finger. He adjusted its small nozzle to avoid singed fur. "Look at all these fancy toys." Cuppy darted around the room, excitedly rummaging through drawers. "Bet you got all the technomancy know-how we need ta save de slugwood twice over. I'll accept the compliment." The Vulpine shoveled a menagerie of magical gemstones into a travel pack. Except, I'm missing one key fact." Cuppy tilted her head, causing loose chestnut hair to obscure half of her face. "What's dat?" Bronk jammed his bag with several wooden rods. Each one had an opposite-facing emerald on either end. "I don't know the source, of the slugwood scourge." "Oh, that's easy. Lemme tell ya on the way dear." Chapter 38, Toxic Negativity. "Dis is awfa weird. Normally I'm the one givin' help, not gettin' it." Cuppy tilted her head toward Bronk. "If it weren't for your counsel, I'd never have made it this deep into the slugwood." The Vulpine took plodding steps forward, feeling his feet sink into the soft soil with each step. He recoiled as his tail brushed a nearby skeletal tree. "Are you certain, these trees won't attack us?" "Not a problem. I lived in dis place fair at Centrai or two. You ain't gotta worry long as you keep close." She slipped through a cluster of gnarled roots and waited for Bronk to follow behind. The Vulpine architect awkwardly crawled through, freezing in fear when the roots shuffled around. Returning to his feet, Bronk surveyed his surroundings. The cloudy air hummed with life while the rotten ground fed on death. He ducked away, cowered as a giant dragonfly zipped past, slicing skyward with razor-sharp mandibles. Noticing that he was inside the hollow of a sapient tree, Bronk dashed back to Cuppy's side. "It must be in my species' nature to take exception to this place. Chief, you's no fighter." The gnome greeted his return with an amused shake of her head. "Betcha rather settle down and have 20 babies." Taken aback, the Vulpine wagged a furry finger in her face. "I'm no beast of carnal desires." There was a contemplative pause. "But I always wanted a peaceful, loving family. Den why ya sticking ya nekud like dis?" Cuppy zigzagged through a maze of massive thistle. She turned around to see Bronk tangled behind her. The Vulpine fingered his ruby ring, ready to burn away the plants ensnaring him. In response, Cuppy sent a small troop of slugs to save both the plants and their captive. The slugs dropped him at Cuppy's feet, a smiley, slimy, but satisfying solution. Bronk pulled out a handkerchief and wiped off his orange fur. "To respond to your earlier inquiry. Bronk grinned nervously as he followed behind the druid. "It's embarrassing, but I feel I've failed my family's expectations. Cuppy scattered a herd of green-scaled creatures with a rancid fog. "What cha talkin' 'bout? Ain't many fuzzies what can make it in the city." Slugsy brushed against Bronk's body as the gnome lent him a hand. Bronk scrambled onto a knobby branch and stared into purple eye stalks. "Yes. But that's the problem. In Vulpine culture, orange fur symbolizes a chosen one who will harmonize and preserve nature. When I was born, the Feathertail tribe thought it was a sign that our goddess would be reborn this generation." Bronk turned away from the slug staring him down, shifting his gaze to the horizon. "But when our forest was attacked, I chose to side with civilization." Cuppy sat down on the branch, patting the space next to herself. "Sorry ta hear dat, anything I can do ta help?" "You already are." The Vulpine sat down next to her. Slugsy traveled up his arm and nuzzled his furry snout. Centuries ago, this was called the lush wood. Bronk swept an upturned palm along the forest below. If we heal it, there'll be plenty of space for my people and civilization. He pulled out a magic gemstone and held it up. It was larger than his head but somewhat shallow. Sunlight filtered through, casting an orange shadow on Slugsy. And I'm going to use applied technomancy to achieve, it. Yus gonna use the tools of the city ta save Natya? Not bad, chief, not bad. Cuppy stared through the orange gemstone. What's that one do? This is a special stone that'll breathe new life into the slugwood. He slid the gem into Cuppy's hide armor. An architect like me can't make use of that raw gem, so consider it a contribution, to your nature magic. Hope you brought more den one gem, 'cause it only gets rougher from here. Cuppy pointed a small finger into the distance. In the center of the slugwood was a massive dome of swirling green gas. We're in fa trouble once we cross dat. Bronk juggled an emerald-studded rod with one hand. I'm prepared, but are you? If ID was just me, I'd turn around like I did hundreds o' times. But all ya peepo are countin' on me now. Slugsy returned to Cuppy's lap as she took her turn staring at the horizon. Used ta sit here all the time, she sit with me too. Her pet recoiled as salt water rained on it. Uncomfortable with this scene, Bronk grabbed Slugsy and awkwardly slid down the tree. His legs wrapped the trunk as small claws raked against the bark. As his backside hit the ground, he shouted back, "No need to force yourself. I will soldier, on alone." He clomped ahead, slowly sinking into a patch of mud. His attention was monopolized by the purple slug held between raised hands. Don't worry, little one. I'll wave away the toxic gas with my architect's airpiece. He reached for the emerald rods, quickly realizing his hand had submerged. With a whip of her tongue, Cuppy swung in and pulled the vulpine from the waist-deep sludge. You got chutzpah, chief. She uncorked her water skin and took a drink, watching as Slugsy slipped from Bronk's grasp. She shared a sip with her slug before it squeezed into her sleeve. Wiping her mouth with a crusty pelt, Cuppy turned to Bronk. He was sitting in a shrub, shaking off a look of alarm. You won't mak kit 2 minutes without me. Now show me what udda tricks you got. Don't misunderestimate me. Bronk stood up and held out a gourd the length of his forearm. A web of sandy yellow and green-white strings were tied tightly around it. This powerful washing device is used to clean out canals. Noticing the gnome's unimpressed look, he swapped it for a handful of measuring devices. They're quite sharp, the vulpine sagged. It was my intent to do this all much sooner, but I'm obviously under-equipped. Cuppy nodded twice, hardly flinching when her slug poked its head out of her collar. I'm always happy to help. Bronk adjusted his clothes, recovering from his wounded pride. Thank you. But a long life is no excuse for sluggishness. Slugsy raised an eyestalk. I didn't mean to offhand offend. He patted the animal, causing it to release a content squeal. A healthy vulpine has the life expectancy of a young elf. As stewards of nature, we're blessed with long natural lives. Shame we waste them fighting for space against orc tribes and civilized races. We've even warred with elves for adopting industry and escaping behind city walls. Anyone who exploits nature is abominable, even me. Well, that's all gonna change today. Cuppy grabbed his cuff and pulled him forward. You gonna be a hero what saves the slugwood. She stopped in front of wall of green smoke. The air's tough to breathe, so you better stay close. No need. He lifted an emerald-studded cylinder to his snout. Exhaling through a wet nose, he activated the device. The rod released a string from its center and spun into the air, propelled by opposite-facing emeralds. Bronk pushed his finger through a loop at the string's end. Either side of the rod puffed out gusts, forming a wheel of wind around the adventurers. "Shall we proceed?" He stepped forward, cutting through the nasty clouds. Cuppy followed behind, slightly dumbfounded. Inside the poison barrier, the slugwood was unrecognizable. The swampy ground bubbled and spewed foul gas into the air. Unnaturally green petals bloomed on the surface of sinking trees. Tangles of lizard-like mangroves sprung from pools of rancid water. They forded the marshy ground, ducking down occasionally to avoid reptilian insects. Before long, they arrived on a barren island overflowing with petrified plants. The two swerved around knobby branches coated in rows of sharp, curved protrusions. Past the trees was a clearing and a shallow cave. Slugsy leaped off of Cuppy and slithered swiftly toward the cave's dripping purple walls. Slamming against it several times, the slug bounced off inertly. Turning its eye stalks upward, the slug slithered towards two narrow cones poking up from the roof of the cave. "Sorry little guy, he ain't gonna see you." She peeled her pet off the bouncy wall and set it on a petrified tree. With a gentle pat on the head, she left Slugsy alone. "Stay safe while I make you daddy proud." She met Bronk at the edge of the cave. Cupping her hands over her mouth, she shouted, "Hey in dear. Been a while." A four-legged form rose from a bed of small animal bones. They snapped loudly as it lumbered towards its visitors. A pained feminine voice echoed through the cave. "Go away." Cuppy ignored the warning and kept talking in kind tones. "Sorry I would so useless before. But a lot of things happened. You know what I have become. It's only gotten worse since you left." The voice's owner stepped out of the cave and into the dim light of the slugwood. Unsure of what he was seeing, Bronx cleaned off his square glasses. Upon re-examining the creature, he again found himself befuddled. The creature would have been twice the height of a vulpine if it wasn't on all fours. Its curved back and concave stomach gave it a serpentine appearance. Below its body were four stick-like legs that bent on backward knees. Its skin was a patchwork of yellow fur and green scales. Two long necks sprouted from its trunk. Large, round scales gave each neck the appearance of stacked orbs. They both ended in narrow elongated heads with round, flared nostrils. One of the heads laid on the ground, snoring occasionally. The other was held high, speaking in a woman's voice. "You cannot do anything to help. Since I grew this second head, I've been unable to even starve myself." Green clouds creeped out between her sharp teeth as she talked. "Now leave before he wakes or the toxin takes you." Cuppy looked up into green reptilian eyes. "You always did have respect for all sides of Natya, even the slimy ones." "There's nothing natural about me now," said the dragon, its second head starting to stir. The druid began weaving her hands into spell signs. "I searched fair a way to change you back. After a couple 100 years, I found the solution." Bronk quickly pivoted between the two. "Maybe this creature can be reasoned with. Perhaps you could develop a bomb, using druid magic. There's no healin' this. Beast meat and tea kettle taught me dat." Her voice dropped low as she started an incantation. Scaly eyelids fluttered open, revealing the hungry reptilian slits of the dragon's second head. It gnashed its teeth, snapping at the air like an angry dog. The more civil head pressed down, forcing the savage skull into the ground. "Please run. I can't bear the thought of killing you." Having finished her spell, Cuppy replied, "You don't need to worry 'bout dat." Throwing forward her face, she enveloped the savage head in a muddy cloud. The cloud was dispelled by a snort of putrid smog. Seizing the opportunity, the civil skull clamped its jaw over its ferocious sibling's face. Necks intertwined as they struggled to subdue each other. The beast thrashed around, trampling petrified plants and crushing them to dust. Its tail whipped wildly, sweeping the clearing's floor. Cuppy slid under while Bronk was swept away. Whipping around, corrosive saliva sizzled on the ground as the slide's momentum flowed into a frantic spell. Her barbed tongue ripped off a row of scales along the creature's flank, causing both heads to let out dreadful screams. The more tame head pinned down its ravenous partner. Gnashing and thrashing, it desperately fought to escape. "Leave me. My mind will not live to see the orange light of a new dawn." Poison tears leaked from the dragon's eyes as it was overtaken, slowly strangled to sleep by its second head. "Please return me to the goddess's tawny hands." The talkative head fell limply to the ground. Cuppy weaved a series of signs, finishing while the dragon asphyxiated itself. One open palm was shoved at the monster while the other was directed toward the fainted fox. She siphoned the dragon's life as it slowly slinked closer. A fainted Bronk was brought back to his feet while a patch of scales lost their luster. The lengthy process left her vulnerable, allowing the monster to reel back and snap her up in its jaws. It bit down, not noticing the dragonfly darting between its teeth. While the beast chewed on air, Cuppy resumed humanoid form behind it. She completed an incantation by thrusting one knee forward and belching a cloud of poison mist. The beast inhaled sharply and absorbed the toxins with little effort. Its moment of savage superiority was ruined when the cloud was followed by a splash of acid. Eye sockets flooded, the dragon charged forward, thrashing wildly. It crushed brittle plants underfoot as it made its way around the small island. Vestigial wings stirred up the stagnant air and giant claws ripped chunks from the springy cave. As its vision cleared, the rampage evolved into a single-minded pursuit. The unconscious head dragged behind as the dragon made a beeline for Cuppy. Stretching out its long neck, it attempted to snatch the gnome between sharp teeth. The attempt was foiled when a line of square stones rose beneath its feet, toppling its charging body. The creature rolled into its back as Bronk raised his yellow bracelet off the ground. The architect produced a gourd from his bag. He activated the device by licking the back of his thumb and pressing it into a teal gemstone. A flood of pressurized water tore across the toppled beast's underbelly. Seizing the opportunity, Cuppy morphed into a slug large enough to smother its head. The vulpine turned a dial in his canal cleaner, replacing the aquamarine with an obsidian. The clear water became an inky black stream. The corrosive fluid sawed the creature's tail in two before petering out. Driven to frenzy by the pain, the dragon flopped onto its feet. Cuppy was sent sailing, falling in a goopy pile after striking a petrified tree. Slugsy watched from nearby as she returned to her humanoid form. A parted tail dripped a trail of blood behind the dragon as it stomped toward the gnome. Bronk pulled an emerald-studded rod from his bag and chucked it with all the force he could muster. It spun vertically end over end, producing a funnel of wind. It struck the advancing dragon, lifting 2 feet from the ground. Making use of the opportunity, he scattered sharp measuring devices across the ground. His heart sank as they were crushed by the falling feet. Unfazed by the assault, the dragon continued its march towards Cuppy. The druid pressed her back against a tree, finding her legs unable to move. The vulpine architect threw out streams of flame until his ruby ring was exhausted. They struck green scales and smoldered into nothingness. Desperate times, Bronk shoved his hand into his pack, pulling out a fist-sized white cube. Running his ring along it, Bronk shouted, "Floodstopper, let's save the slugwood." 6 streams of ice arced from the device. The gemtech fell inertly to the ground as the attack streaked forward. Where they hit the dragon, clumps of crystal formed. Its movement halted while 4 legs were frozen in place. The furious beast bellowed as ice enveloped it entirely. Bronk failed to lift Cuppy to her feet. "Your legs. Will you recover? Druid magic over a few days outta put me in top shape." She scoped out the crystallized dragon. "Chief, you did better den I eva coulda hoped. She's alive and dear. You bought me time and I'm grateful. I've deduced, that this creature wasn't always a dragon," said Bronk, swelling with smug superiority. Dat's true. Go da tell ya, if it weren't for her becomin' a dragon, we mighta neva met. Slugsy crawled onto her shoulder, shaking Cuppy from the warm embrace of nostalgia. Hey dear bud. Guess we still got a lot of work to do find in a cure. Throwing her hands backward, Cuppy pushed aside Bronk and Slugsy with waves of bugs. As they were whisked aside, her body was enveloped by green clouds. A shattering sound served as a prelude to deafening dragon breath. The quadruped roared toxic gas at the gnome before diving at her prone body. It cut through a tree with sword-sized claws and landed in front of its prey. The gnome vanished into a cloud of magical darkness. With a lash of her tongue, she rolled across the battlefield. The winged WYRM craned its long neck toward her, puffing out gusts of fetid air. Cuppy intercepted them with swarms of insects, watching as her minions fell to the ground on impact. The dragon's breath swept aside the insects and accumulated around Cuppy. She weaved a spell, drawing in the poison. The smog shrunk as she sucked in. The druid fought to neutralize it, heaving and wrenching from the effort. As her lungs cleared, she opened emerald eyes to see a clawed foot overhead. It stomped down, snapping bones through brutal pressure. Having thoroughly flattened the gnome, the dragon turned its attention to Bronk. It ignored the purple blob that squirmed past its feet. Slugsy crawled onto Cuppy's chest, stroking her cheek with its slimy face. Feeling her skin grow cold, the slug crawled down her body and hid in the warmth of her pocket. Chapter 39, Tipping the Dragon's Scales. Is that scale mail or plate armor? Inquired B-Boy, tapping Takal's armor with the back of his hand. There are plates, but they're lined up like scales. The first rays of sunlight bounced off their stained cookware. As the dragonborn tied up a bedroll, her small squire continued questioning. So where'd you get it? Asked the inquisitive kobold. The paladin paused, packing up to answer. I bought this armor in Cimasla. It is dwarven-made splint mail. No epic story behind it? The bard frowned. Maybe you earned that war pick in a fight to the death. You ask far too many unnecessary questions, B-Boy, replied Takal. Now prepare for weapons training. The slugwood will afford few opportunities to limber up. The paladin stared into a tangle of trees as she drew her warpick. Any chance we can skip it today? I'm close to a breakthrough on a new song. The kobold took a seat and pulled out his instrument. Besides, the morning light is horribly bright. Don't force me to compel a duel. She pressed her index finger against Oromut's holy symbol near her neck. I'm less of an idiot than before. That's progress, pleaded the bard, throwing out his arms. Maybe you can practice by yourself while I experiment with a new melodic structure. Takal frowned. I commend your curiosity, but it's no replacement for discipline. She watched her companion reluctantly rise and sift through his possessions. I know I left my rapier around here. He refiled through a messy pile while muttering to himself, small screwdriver, pot of glue, scrap wood, work in process. What was I planning to do with this? Takal loomed over his shoulder. Be certain to clean up your tinkering tools. We'll leave shortly after training. B-Boy signed and pulled his rapier from underneath a sheet of animal skin. He waddled away from the campsite and into a patch of short grass. Let's get this over with. Takal tied a bundle of leather over her weapon's tip as B-Boy did the same. She started with an overhead swing. The bard sidestepped the attack, slapping her body with the flat of his blade. Takal spun around, bringing the warpick's hammerhead into contact with his scaly snout. The kobold leapt back, flourishing his blade. The dragonborn watched as the rapier swished left and right in a wavy pattern. The blade's mesmerizing dance ended with the weapon falling to the ground. The paladin glanced downward, noticing too late that the kobold was sliding under her. With a clap of his hands, thunderous sound shot Takal into the air. She landed on the grassy ground with a dull clanking sound. B-Boy performed a series of sweeping bows. Thank you, thank you. That is all for my performance today. Please stick around for the puppet show. Growling, Takal rose to her feet. You will not slink away so easily. She pulled the flail from her pack and cast it ahead. The chain caught the kobold's tail. With a yank, he was dragged across the ground toward the furious dragonborn. She rained blows downward, agitation growing as he rolled to avoid them. Lying on his back, B-Boy fanned his open mouth, feigning a yawn. Are we done? This is getting dull. His confidence was shattered by a clawed foot pinning him to the floor. Okay, you win. Happy? You still lack discipline. Your luck will not hold out against a serious opponent. The dragonborn stomped away. She gathered up her possessions and made her way into the slugwood. B-Boy followed behind, scrambling to stop supplies from falling out of his hastily packed bags. Would you wait up? This pace is exhausting, complained the kobold. You did not sleep enough. Your night was squandered on fruitless tinkering. Takal turned around, releasing a frustrated snort. The frost from her nostrils blew back B-Boy's clothes, freezing them in place. I was tempted to let you lie as I explored the slugwood alone. Listen, I'll be the first to admit I don't sleep enough. He slowed to a stop by the dragonborn, catching his breath. But fruitless is a bit harsh. I'm simply learning by process of elimination. Every failed attempt gets me a little closer. Takal stared icy daggers into B-Boy. Oromut rewards effort, but you too quickly neglect righteous action to follow whims. Let me relay some of my early teachings from the church. Her sermon was interrupted by a small, red-brown foot sweeping her off her feet. A club-like branch swung through the space where her head had been. Let's save the preaching for when we're out of danger, quipped the kobold. They wandered the woods following the vague directions provided by Breiner. The two found themselves showered with slugs and chased by trees. B-Boy stumbled over a parade of lizards while Takal sank neck-deep into mud. They escaped unscathed, but were haggard by the experiences. Just admit that we're lost, whined B-Boy, cautiously leaning against an ashy tree. Takal fired back, we must get to the center of the woods before nightfall. Heading inward is the only option. Maybe we could stay the night at that place? The bard tossed a finger over his shoulder, indicating a rustic house in the distance. In the middle of a swampy clearing sat a gigantic, bulbous tree. Its trunk started spherical at the bottom, fraying into multiple branches moving upward. Boughs bent inward to form a curved basin where a legion of slugs slept. Below them, the spherical section had been fashioned into a charming home. Wooden bowls and spoons were strewn across a countertop carved from the wall. A single large bed was pressed against the far wall. Rotting sheets hung from a rope outside the main doorway. Most of the space showed neglect. Caked dust and mossy buildup coated the sparse furniture. B-Boy wiped off a chair and sat down. Pull up a seat, Takal. There's just enough for the two of us. His sharp nail pointed to a taller second stool. A little musty, but still in fine condition. As he said this, the moldy stool underneath him collapsed. Rats. Ignoring the kobold, Takal followed a scent that combined hay and metallic honey. Her search led her to a small planter altar scattered in saffron powder. Heathen worship, she spat out in disgust. Whoever lived here sure had a lot of time on their hands. Check out these handmade dolls. The bard held up two stitched-together figures. Perfect for sharpening my performative skills. He took one in each hand, turning them to face each other. Excuse me, Mrs. Fox. Could I borrow some soap? My hair is dreadfully brown and muddy. B-Boy moved the yellow fox's head, miming speech. Sorry little girl, I have none to share. He slapped the two dolls against each other violently. Now they're fighting. Then he pressed them together diagonally. Now they kiss and make up. Takal slapped the toys to the ground. Cease the childish display and equip your gemtech. She tightened the emerald-studded bridle around her head. What's got you in such a fuss, asked B-Boy. Takal responded by pointing out a window. In the distance, a mottled purple blob swelled above the trees. Slugsy dragged the citron from between the pelts. The sizable stone came to life as it crossed a trickle of Cuppy's blood. Orange rays surged from it, enveloping them both in blinding light. The slug's purple body melted on top of the druid, expanding to cover her completely. The puddle continued to expand until it was the size of a small whale. Two thin stalks shot skyward, above the tree line. Below them was the wobbly body of a titanic slug. With a roar of orange energy, it swept away the stale air of the slugwood. Poison clouds parted as the barrier was broken. The slug's round mouth opened to reveal a long, barbed tongue. It swept the scene, toppling trees and grabbing the dragon. The toxic beast squirmed as it was pulled in. All at once, it was devoured. The titan slug's gooey body rippled and stirred, puffing out green gas. As its purple surface settled, it rapidly shrank until it reached the size of a shack. Bronk watched in astonished silence as it craned its slimy body toward a small head of chestnut hair. It lamely brushed aside the strands, alarmed by a lack of response. The vulpine crept closer, removing an inert gemstone from the corpse. The now gray citron crumbled to dust in his hand. He spoke softly to himself. A gemstone that gives life. Prefect, perfect, for a dying forest. He turned to the juvenile titan slug. It seems you've regained, the life that was stolen from you. But the cost. Their mourning was interrupted by an ear-splitting voice. You heal Cuppy, I'll take care of the vulpine attacking her. B-Boy screamed out a cone of sound, pushing Bronk back against a petrified tree. The kobold whipped out his crossviol and trained a shot on the orange-furred enemy. His trigger finger was stopped short of firing when the vulpine raised two furry paws in surrender. Please cease, cried Bronk. The bard's eyes traveled up and down the vulpine. He noted the architect's outfit and the Cimasla city seal. The storm-tossed pot. You're from Cimasla, very perceptive, of you. I abandoned the Feathertail tribe years ago. Bronk slowly lowered his arms as B-Boy lowered his weapon. So what are you doing out here? I sought to slay the dragon that infected this place to earn back the trust of my family. His fuzzy snout turned toward Takal. The dragonborn shook her head, then mimed Oromut's symbol in the air. May she return to the earthy embrace of the Golden Father. B-Boy performed a slow dirge as Cuppy's body was covered in soil. After the funeral concluded, Bronk questioned Takal. You were acquainted, I assume. I knew her and shared a handful of adventures, yes. Know that her fate is now dictated by a greater power. Let us turn our attention to our own lives and what good we might do while still have them. She scoped the surrounding area. Where is the green head of Tyalaga? Was it allowed to escape? I believe it was ingested, by my purple friend. Slugsy slipped closer to Takal. Slimy tears dripped down its eye stalks. You have grown since we met last. Allow me a ritual so I might destroy the blight that courses through these woods. The slug allowed Takal to lay her hands upon the jiggling purple body. Her lengthy incantation ended with the words, Golden Father, cleanse this dark stain upon your land. Oromut, grant gentle repose to those who have been afflicted by this dragon blight. The titan slug wobbled in discomfort as a ring of light built around it. The golden halo grew rapidly, surrounding the entire slugwood in approximately an hour. As it swept the land, sapient trees withered into mulch, giant dragonflies fell to the ground, and oversized slugs shriveled into husks. By the time the process had ended, the slugwood had lost a third of its flora and fauna. Slugsy hacked violently, spewing green-tinted bones on the ground. Takal picked out a fang to add to her collection. Bronk patted the slug as it collapsed into an exhausted puddle. Take time to recuperate, because you have much work to do before the lushwood recovers. Our work too, is far from over. Takal nodded at the vulpine. My squire and I should next seek the foul black head of Tyalaga. What does this creature look like? Inquired Bronk. I perish, the thought of another beast like the one we fought. That is a possibility. Takal explained. I was taught that dragonblight has distinct stages. It starts with a smattering of unnatural scales. Over centuries, sapient form is replaced by the bestial facade of a dark dragon. The vulpine scratched his pointed ear. Unnatural black scales, he mused. I have a proposition, for you. There is someone I know who may fit that prescription, description. Chapter 40, Operatic Upsets. Look at them all, gem founders, bitter bricks, and even an earth salt or two. Oskal rested her elbows on the second-floor banister, glowering under her hood. Titles won't do them much good when this town is turned upside down. Sharp nails dug into her horns as she failed to contain her rising aggravation. They call monstrous races inferior, but in terms of survivability, we've got them beat. Are you looking to get us caught? Rust wrenched Oskal away from the balcony that overlooked the seating area. While you're at it, throw back the cloak and give them all a good view of your black scales. She turned to face the orc. Sorry. Got caught up watching the city's elites. Spied a few of the Praetor's council rubbing elbows with the dwarven houses. Must be fun, they make the rules, but don't have to follow them. Ob rounded the corner and sat down on a luxurious chair. Didn't see a soul in the hall, so it'll be starting soon. Then we better get ready. Oskal stepped away from the balcony seats and into the hallway. You two sure you're ready for this? After the new skylight you gave them, we better be. Rust pounded together his fists, revealing spade-shaped calluses on the back of his forearms. And we're better than ever, right Ob? Got that right. The Dragonborn pulled back a ratty sleeve to show off his arm. There was a spiral indent in his rust-colored scales, but otherwise it appeared healthy. He thrust out the arm, causing it to uncoil. It stretched down to the lower floor, lingering just long enough to scoop up a drink from a passing waiter. Could be a bit warmer. That's because you're still wearing those beat-up work clothes. Rust plucked a skewered olive from the stolen booze. Frowning, the Dragonborn downed the drink in a single gulp. Once we get the dough from this job, I'll buy me something warm and toss out these rags. Oskal beckoned them into the hall. The three watched from behind thick crimson curtains as a small army of guards escorted a red-haired dwarf. His small voice boomed through the opera house, aided by song silver scattered throughout the building. It is with a heavy heart that I report the passing of my dear Lady Scarlet Stone. He paused to allow the crowd a somber reaction, but I know she would have wanted us to carry on with our family's biannual tradition. Applause roared from the crowd of dwarves, gnomes, humans, and elves. Count Scarlet Stone wrapped an arm around his new wife before continuing. Now let us enjoy a short show as we anticipate the ever-popular auction event. Gusts of cold air blew out the chandeliers as actors danced onto the stage. Married the next sister in line just to keep in power? The more I see of the civilized races, the more barbaric they seem to me. Lucky Leonius was repulsive to women or he'd have been replaced quickly too. A tap on the shoulder brought Oskal back to the present. Job started. Ob adjusted the pike on his back to avoid hitting the ceiling as he followed Rust down the stairs. Oskal hurried after them, momentarily distracted by the need to dissolve an elven corpse that was poorly hidden behind a potted plant. The three ducked behind curtains and couches, evading patrolling guardsmen. Their path ended at a metal door. It was large enough to be mistaken for an iron-rind melon, but square enough that this couldn't become a concern. Skull-sized purple gems were embedded in its four corners. 2 paradots and a handle sat at waist level. You sure we're not going to trigger an alarm? Asked Rust, wrapping his fingers along his great axe. It will only trigger if the door is moved. Oskal stepped forward and pulled her dark dessert from a bottle in her satchel. Throwing forward both hands, she caused it to leap onto the door, slowly devouring it in small chunks. "It'll take a while, but we'll be safe as long as you keep a lookout. You brought us back from the brink. I'll always have your back." Ob turned towards the steps. He twirled his pike, scraping the topaz end along the stone floors. "With powers like ours, nothing in this drop world can stop us. Don't get reckless." Oskal spoke over her shoulder while guiding the ooze along the door's surface. "We've barely got enough citron for the finale. Besides, the process wasn't without drawbacks." Rust slapped the back of his arms, creating a dull thud as his green palm met the leathery skin. "Don't talk yourself down. We're both better than before." He hoisted his axe over one shoulder and joined Ob. "So is this heist the last hurrah before we fix the city?" Oskal grunted as she split concentration between her task and conversation. "No, there's one more piece to hunt down. I know someone who can find it, but he doesn't come cheap." "Intruders?" A young guardsman stopped on the steps. His chainmail armor jingled as he turned to alert other guards. The retreat was cut short by a rust-colored hand gripping his leg. Ob pulled back his extended arm, reeling in the guard. He landed in the middle of the room, sliding to a stop behind the tiefling. A swift stab of Ob's pike put an end to the guard's screaming. Oskal finished boring a human-sized hole in the door and led the group into the vault. Inside, square indents on the walls were used to house a variety of valuables: magic gem tech, famous paintings, historical pottery, rare reagents, Baron couture, and much more. Rust opened his jaw wide, spewing spittle as he let out a loud laugh. "I know a fence that'll give us good gold for this dusty junk. Hey, mind if I keep this one for myself?" Ob lifted up an armored chest plate. Its sharp red design was trimmed in gold. "Looks like a dwarven family heirloom. Even if it fits, Cimasla's guards will scoop you up the second they see that crest." Rust pointed a thick finger at a marking on the left lapel. Ob shook his head, smiling. "A few licks of flame and it'll be too sooty to see." After considerable bending and burning, he squeezed into the breastplate. The process was repeated for bracers, greaves, pauldrons, and tassets. Together they yielded a skimpy armor that lacked protection in the head, thighs, midriff and upper arms. Despite this, Ob beamed a sharp-toothed smile. "Priciest suit I've ever worn." A red hand gently patted the dragonborn on his back. "Good to see you happy. Now let's get everything off the shelves and onto the floor." Oskal rooted through her bag as the other two took to the task. "Here it is." She removed the lid from a metal flask and dumped out hundreds of bead-like slimes. They harmlessly bounced around the floor. Rust set down a silver sphere and looked back over his shoulder. He noticed Oskal mixing together crimson liquid and orange powder in a glass container. "Care to explain how filling the vault with those guys is going to help us?" Oskal carefully administered the concoction on each ooze, watching as it made them grow. "Think of it as a calling card. Plus it'll cover our escape. There'll be no escape for you criminals." A dwarf guardsman entered the vault through the gap in the door. The red plume on his helm and the crest on his armor revealed him to be a high-ranking member of the Scarlet Stone Personal Guard. He pulled out a flat-tipped longsword and square shield. "On your bellies unless you want them filled with steel." He pointed his blade at Ob, aggravated to see him unfazed by the threats. "Just because your skin blocks blades, you think you can't be stopped. Wrong. And racist. Dragonborn scales don't do much good against swords." His pike stabbed forward, straight for the dwarf's mouth. "Time to shut you up." The dwarf charged forward, deflecting the attack with a slap of his long sword. His stout shoulder connected with Ob's knee, toppling the dragonborn. Rust attacked from the side, sending a horizontal swing towards the elite guard. Turning his attention away from Ob, the dwarf raised his shield. It caught the great axe, absorbing the impact. The orc struggled to remove his weapon, but a faint purple glow kept it locked in place. Taking the opportunity, the guard twisted his trunk and sliced at the defenseless orc. There was a dull thud as steel met flesh. His skin can't block blades, but mine can. Rust's forearms met the longsword like a brick wall, knocking the guard off kilter. On the ground in front of them, Ob pulled back his pike. Swinging it in a vertical arc, he struck stone tiles with the topaz end. The floor under the dwarf rose up, crushing him against the ceiling. The tiny slimes in the room began to congregate, drawn to the pulpy fluid that dripped down. In response to this sight, Oskel ran through the hole in the door, shouting, "Time to leave." Now, Rust and Ob grabbed their equipment and hurried after her. "What's the hurry?" asked the orc. Behind him, the vault doors exploded open, releasing a swarm of sheep-sized slimes. Their bodies held various valuables as they flooded out of the opera house. Pushed in front of this slimy wave were 3 monstrous bandits. With a wave of her hand, Oskel sent some slimes towards the audience seats, causing a panic. The rest she directed into the bee. They slipped through alleyways before coming to a stop at Oskel's command. Their base of operations was an abandoned house. The boarded-up windows and doors sported acid scorch marks. The modest, moldy rooms were home to beds that reeked, floors that creaked, and rats that stole food. The tiefling shook hands with her accomplices. "Well done, boys. This should earn enough money to hire that hunter. Give yourself some credit. You weren't just barking orders." Ob slouched against a moist wall. "You put in the work." Rust rested a massive hand on Oskel's cloaked-covered shoulder. "Had my doubts, but you might just change Cimasla after all." A line of slimes began dropping off valuables in the doorway. Oskel scrutinized the gooey contents of each ooze. "Might be a little extra left over. What do you say about increasing our standard of living? Always wanted to try something exotic. How about we spend a few coins at the Burning Chicken pub?" Rust's eyes sparkled at his own suggestion. "Good food, warm beds, and rowdy company. It's everything we could ask for." Slobster bisque? Shellfish lovers pizza? The professor paced the grounds of the University of Flowing Form. How distressing. Without ingredients from the Isle of Delights, I'm sorely lacking in options. Returned from a Noser failed expedition, nonetheless? The tall, thin elf jabbed at him with a long finger. Nonetheless pushed away the elf. "That's Dr. Nonetheless to you, Stice. If you wish to be precise about ZE titles, then I insist you refer to me as head of the inhibition curriculum, Dr. Stice." Nonetheless made his way toward the square walls that housed his office. "I have no time for your posturing. I must find a new direction for my research." Yes. Go read your silly little books. They'll never teach you how to truly channel magic." Stice crossed his arms, surplus scorn spilling out through a smug smile. Nonetheless turned around and marched across the campus. He followed Stice into the inhibition building. "Don't you dare use that word in these halls," he shouted after the elf. Stice rattled portraits on the wall with his swift turn. "What seems to be ZE matter, Professor?" Winded, Nonetheless rested his hand on one of the display pedestals lining the center of the hallway. He nearly knocked over the shoddy vase sitting atop the pedestal when he returned to chasing down Stice. "How dare you use the S word in these halls? We're a place of education, not a daycare. I do believe ZE intellectual curriculum takes itself all too seriously." Stice removed a pencil from behind his pointed ear and began to casually sketch on a pocket notepad. "At least my curriculum creates more mages and technomancers than artisans and troubadours." Nonetheless gestured widely, indicating the various student-made paintings and earthenware decorating the halls of the inhibition building. "We pride ourselves on quality, not quantity. Few have a gift for ZE fine art of magic, so we only foster those of high caliber." Stice flapped his notepad downward in an attempt to calm Nonetheless's flailing. "I would request you stop playing gourmet and focus on botany. Cha sandwiches are a fad. Zay flatbread trencher will never be replaced. The dance instructor poked a pencil at the botanist. Also, cease offering my students root juice smoothies and other strong drinkentations. Continue pushing them as you do, and they'll collapse before they complete the curriculum. Nonetheless protested. Don't tell me how to run my class. This university was named after the Department of Dance that I lead. Botany's skustering budget proves that intellect plays second fiddle to inhibition. Flummoxed, Nonetheless bubbled with an abundance of emotion but a shortage of words. Confident in his victory, Stice took an amethyst lift up the building's rounded tower. This place is stifling my creativity. Maybe I'll investigate those rumors of Melange Village cracking an iron-rind melon. Academic curiosity whetted, he crossed the courtyard and gathered travel supplies from his office. What bizarre ecology contributed to a tropical delight's growth there? Also, I wonder if they saved a slice. Chapter 41, Journey to House Row 10. A happy morning to you, Roran. How'd you sleep? Young Lord Therian, it was quite pleasant. The barbarian passed a shallow bowl to Phil. I trust it was the same for you. Wish it was. The tiefling found the bowl filled with a savory stir-fry of mushrooms and sausage. No sweet cakes? Nature's bounty is vast, but it's rare to find pastries growing from the ground. The wild man snuffed the fire and took the pot for himself. I hope foul thoughts did not trouble your sleep. You'll burn your lap. Phil grabbed the scalding pot, swapping it for his own lukewarm bowl. No, it was my horns. They've been shaking like crazy since we left. Giving me a vicious headache. Never have your other family members experienced this malady. Perhaps you are unwell? Roran scoffed down the food with ferocious speed. Don't worry yourself over me, now. This happens every once in a while. Usually get a new warlock directive when it does. Phil sipped a spoonful of thin sauce and moist mushrooms. Never been this bad before, so it must mean I've got a doozy coming. Whatever task you receive, it should remain second in priority to reuniting with your family. Roran held out his bowl to the tiefling. Phil kindly obliged, tipping the pot until the majority was with the wild man. Don't you worry. We learned the price of getting distracted. He stared to the south, eye-line on the skyline above the praetor's back. Wind shook tall strands of grass as he gathered his thoughts. Can't help but wonder what they're all up to now. Focus, young lord. Their ambitions are their own and these errant thoughts will only distract from your purpose. Roran wiped his bowl clean with a chunk of porous bread. You're right. Phil unfolded a map so large, he struggled to hold it in both hands. Let's give the slugwood a wide berth and cut through Melange. It's a little out of the way, but I made some friends there, so it should be a perfect place to restock. This course of action seems amiable, though this wild beast has no need for creature comforts. Roran swept up his scattered supplies, pushing them into a leather backpack. If memory serves, our destination is northeast of that village. Phil tapped the map with a red finger. I don't see any civilization up there, but I'll take your word for it. He gathered up loose items, stuffing them into his travel pack. Slinging his spellbook satchel over one shoulder, the tiefling returned to the road with Roran. A rounded wall of leafless trees on their right marked the outskirts of the slugwood. The two walked a dusty road that traveled in a semicircle around the toxic forest. They maintained a steady pace since leaving Cimasla. The only notable setback occurred when Roran paused to water a tree. Being a slugwood sapient spruce, it took offense from the stream. Unrooting itself, the tree walloped Roran and chased Phil a half-mile down the road. Their travels took them through an abandoned town. At the entrance a splintered sign hung from a ruined archway. Weather had stolen the village's name by eroding the writing. Dilapidated homes rotted around them as they pressed through the remains of the central street. Caution would be advisable, young lord. The blue skin on his left hand twitched, reforming into a random array of sharp shapes. Animals may have made this place their home. Phil's relaxed saunter put him well behind the wild man. Maybe some upbeat conversation will lighten the dreary atmosphere, he suggested. Roran turned around to reply, knocking down a low-hanging bar sign in the process. Then tell of the adventures that this noble beast didn't witness. Phil ran a finger along the curve of his horns. You missed everything at the Leonius estate and the clockwork ziggurat. After a contemplative pause, he continued. There was also the time before we met, when we took down this gem gobbler. Guess you weren't there for the husks in the fortress either. He pointed into the distance. That little adventure took place just over those hills. Never did I think Lord Roten's son would become so well-traveled. Roran rested an elbow on his forearm, lapped by waves of nostalgia as they exited the ruined village. There was a sudden glint of excitement in Phil's golden eyes. How could I forget the time I cracked an iron-rind melon? The tiefling's tail slapped the back of his legs excitedly, took 100 peasants and a sturdy stick. By the time the deed was done, melange was covered in juice. The selfsame species was found on the Isle of Delights. Roran raked his fingers through his beard. It is hard to fathom what allows them to grow in places whose natures differ so greatly. Maybe we could ask the townsfolk in Melange. I've got pretty good rapport with those rural folks. Puzzled, the barbarian wondered aloud, I've seen tieflings despised in the most open-minded of urban environments. Perhaps your charisma truly can dispel the stigma that has haunted your race for generations. Phil reached into his bag and pulled out a small sheet of paper. Let me check my map of progress. He studied the document, tilting his head to either side occasionally. Melange, excellent impression, Actinup, mixed results, Cimasla, mixed results, Warlock goals, failed, stable friendships, 1. A sour expression crept onto his face as he provided the outline. I need something sweet. Got anything to spare? Roran patted his pack and frowned. It seems you've already eaten all my honey-cured meats. Phil grumbled in frustration as his tail constricted his right leg. I'll make do with sugary bubble snuff. He reached over his shoulder and pulled out a pink cube. Popping it into his mouth, he started chewing aggressively. There will be sweets to spare when we arrive at House Roten. Roran slapped his stomach. Lord Roten would bake incredible spiced cookies. Without fail, there would always be a fight for the last one. Your mother had the same sweet tooth as you see. The tiefling's tongue stuffed the bubble snuff into his cheek before talking. He made his own cookies. I thought you said they were nobles. Phil ended the accusation by asking, why didn't they live in Cimasla's noble quarter? Very astute young Therian. The barbarian slapped his companion's back, forcing bubble snuff to fall out onto the ground. They did for a time. But after your sister's death and your abduction, they feared for their lives. Their estate has been hidden ever since. Having recovered from Roran's roughhousing, Phil mused, growing up, I didn't even know I had a family, let alone a noble one. I can't get used to the name Therian either. He closed his eyes and revisited his past. The closest thing I had to an older sister was Joelle, though she was more of a bully than a loving sibling. Striking his stomach, the wild man filled the countryside with laughter. There is no doubt you'd have a rowdy relationship with your sister. Even at a young age, she was spirited and rambunctious. Letting Roran's words pass through him, Phil continued, something wasn't right about her head. Maybe that burglar was unwell but too stubborn to admit it, even to herself. Young lord. Look out. Roran threw aside the warlock and unsheathed his blade. The barbarian blocked a rolling boulder bigger than his body. Rotating his hips, he deflected it to the left. The ball rolled down the road a short distance before coming to an abrupt stop. 4 limbs and a head emerged, revealing a monstrous creature. Its triangular ears punched backward from either side of a flat head. Rugged lips curved downward into a beak-like protrusion. Small flesh-colored tusks jutted up from the lower lip. Clawed fingers bent inward on its massive paws. The creature's body was encased in a round callus-like carapace and held upright by 2 thick legs. Each leg gripped the ground with a circle of 8 noodly toes. The beast's royal blue reptilian eyes fired bolts of bitterness at Roran. The barbarian returned a shocking gaze before whipping around. He spun in a circle, gripping the amethyst on the greatsword's hilt. Releasing the blade, it flew past the creature, then arched backward. It took a chunk from the creature's arm before landing near Phil. The warlock scrambled for his spellbook as the monster tucked in its limbs. Since when do Aurotortoise grow so big? Rolling rapidly, it barreled toward the tiefling. Before he could start chanting, Roran's shoulder rammed the creature off course. He helped Phil to his feet as the monster wheeled around. The barbarian deflected it with a slap of his sword, dismayed to find the Aurotortoise returning with added momentum. Phil flung black bolts at it, watching as they fizzled against its carapace. Roran leapt aside, narrowly escaping another assault. But the turtle's head shot out while in motion, clamping Roran's blighted hand with its beak. The barbarian lacerated the inside of its mouth by summoning spikes from his knuckles. Unfortunately, this didn't stop the dogged creature. It continued to grip him as it rolled, slamming the wild man's face in the dirt with every rotation. The spinning stopped suddenly when Roran planted his feet on the ground. "Ha!" With a screaming laugh, he pulled the creature over his shoulder and sent it crashing downward. Its shell cracked as he removed a spiky hand from its mouth. The warlock's black beams doused exposed skin, finishing the fight. "Are you all right, Roran?" Returning to Phil, Roran left conical holes in the earth underneath him. "Worry not, my young lord. Did you not witness how this hand's dragon blight was harnessed through battle rage?" His left hand still warped and wobbled from the adrenaline. "Doesn't look under control." Phil's focus moved from the barbarian's hand down to his feet. "I think there's something under your foot." The wild man lifted his leg to find holes in the soles of his well-worn shoes. Quite the bizarre discovery. Never before have fangs been summoned from other parts of this body. Phil placed his hand on the barbarian's bulky shoulder. "Wish I had healing magic like Cuppy or Takal. Maybe I could make life easier for you." Roran's convulsing hand settled down. "This is no time for such tepid talk. It is time for celebration." He raised his healthy hand into the air. Such humility is ill-becoming of the victors. Phil returned to the dirt path. Real victory will be getting to Melange without something else trying to kill us. They arrived in Melange without any other altercations on the road. However, the town they found was unrecognizable. The untended fields overflowed with rotting crops. Like claws escaping the soil, sharp protrusions littered the path leading into the village. Inside the town's wooden walls, the people shuffled around aimlessly. Their skin was a patchwork of paper punctuated by pustules and prominent paunches. Murky ooze dripped from every empty eye and smiling mouth. A water lily-like flower had formed where the unbreakable melon once stood. "Did I do this?" Phil wavered as he walked, overwhelmed by the idea. Takal and I were showered with the stuff, but she only complained about repulsive sweetness. Roran shook the tiefling from his dumbfounded stupor. "Certainly you misattribute the source of this scourge." The wild man looked down at his scaly left hand. "This is dragon blight." He knocked aside a shambling villager who threatened to drench them in sludge. "Melange will provide no respite. Let us leave at once." Shaking his head and blinking twice, the warlock announced, "There's gotta be somebody to save. People might be trapped in here." The barbarian waved away his concern. "A trifling chance, young lord. You might be right, but every traveler that takes this path is in danger." The warlock pressed 2 clenched fists against his forehead. "If only I could heal them. We can only end their suffering. Let us rain merry mayhem and resume our journey to House Roten." Roran wrapped a blue hand around his liege. Phil scanned the villagers' minds, finding them empty of everything except aimless agony. He turned the barbarian and nodded solemnly as he pulled out his tome. Roran unsheathed his blade, readying himself for a fight. The wild man knocked a door off its hinges, revealing that the inn was infested by the infected. A swipe of his greatsword shattered a table and hooked one with the curve of his blade. Following the motion with another swing, he sent the body crashing into a group of its allies. Dropping like a guillotine, the blade of House Roten split the prone foes in two. An approaching assailant was knocked back by an elbow strike before it was impaled by the giant blade. Rushing forward, Roran stabbed his sword into the ground and launched himself into a flying kick. 2 feet connected with a bloated abdomen, throwing the last enemy out a window. The shower of shattered glass temporarily distracted Phil from the advancing horde. He removed his gloves and peppered the dragon-blighted crowd with blasts of black energy. Their skin melted and flaked off, but their shambling approach was unhalted. One raked long nails across the tiefling's chest. His travel coat was shredded to ribbons, but the wound was shallow. Fire rocketed at the attacker, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Reaching up, the warlock strained to telekinetically grab the edge of an unstable straw roof. He spun his free hand, summoning a swell of magical energy. Pulling downward, he dragged the roof into an unstable position. In the next second, it fell, covering half the townsfolk. Kicking himself, he ignited inferno armor, roasting the trapped troop. That armor was quickly dispelled in a jet of flame as a fiend gnawed on his shoulder. A spiked blue fist stabbed into the creature's head, wrenching the jaw away from Phil. "Are you all right, young lord? Thanks, Roran." The tiefling tossed his coat onto the fading fire. "Well, it's going to be awful cold without a coat, but I'm fine otherwise." He scoped out his surroundings. Only a few houses left to check and about 20 more townsfolk. How dull. This wild man is hardly excited by such a small challenge. Roran spun around his sword before resting it on his shoulder. "And I thought warlocks were supposed to be the ones with jinxes." Phil leaned in the direction of a monstrous former villager. The brute's neck and arm were fused together into a sharp, wing-like appendage. Its legs and lower body were a bundle of tendrils. A single clawed hand sprouted from the field of tentacles in its torso. Roran leapt into the air, sending his sword sailing at the dragon-blighted. His blade was deflected by a hammer held in the brute's stomach hand. The heavy weapon dangled from the end of a whip-like appendage. Stretching to a ludicrous length, it swept the barbarian off his feet and sent Phil crashing into a wooden building. Returning to his feet, the tiefling searched the floor for his spellbook. He found it next to a groaning body. Cautiously advancing, Phil studied the man slumped in the corner. He quickly recognized the short stature and white beard. "Professor Nonetheless, what are you doing here, young philanthropy?" he hacked out. "I've been famished since I arrived." His white head of hair was caked with dry blood. "Parched too. I would give anything for a lemon limestone libation." "Don't you worry. I've got food and water. Just let me use my magic to stabilize you first." Phil laid both hands on the professor, feeling the old man's life ebbing away. "Don't fail now. I've lost too many friends already." Roran slid across the ground, grabbing his sword with one hand. He severed the thrashing arm with an upward slice. Thrusting downward, he impaled the brute against the wall. Whipping around, his draconic fist struck the neck of another husk. Tensing his hand, he injected its throat with blue spikes. He backed away from a wall of well-defended villagers. Pieces of iron-rind melon clung to them, acting as shields. Vines wound into veins, combining flesh and flora into dragon-blighted abominations. "Where is young Therion?" The barbarian bashed down doors and charged past attackers, ignoring or avoiding their strikes. He flung open a rotten wooden door to find the tiefling crying in a corner. Roran approached with slow, solemn steps. "Young lord is." Phil beat both fists against his spellbook. Its loose fleshy cover shifted as he struck it. "What good is this book?" A downpour of shimmering tears dropped onto the leaky tome. My magic can't help anybody. A wave of black energy rippled outward as tendrils lashed from underneath Phil. Ebony sludge oozed from his rumbling horns, cascading until it covered his body. In a matter of moments, the warlock was reduced to a silhouette by a layer of goop. He stepped past the barbarian, tentacles following like thrashing dragon tails. They dripped searing liquid as they tore apart the building. Blocking a blow with his blade, Roran was flung back into the middle of Melange. There were guttural groans as the dragon-blighted were crushed and scattered around Phil. A melon-shield husk released pained noises as its mind was invaded. It shambled away rapidly, knocking aside allies in its frantic flight. Collapsing on the ground, it shuddered violently before its head burst open with a splattering of sludge. 6 surrounding infected did the same, convulsing before their heads were destroyed from the inside out. The rest of the group charged Phil in a wave of unintelligible screams. By the time they reached him, the warlock had faded into his surroundings, invisible to his attackers. Their hollow eyes cast around the area as they searched. Phil's murky form reappeared behind the group, clutching a villager by the back of the neck. The creature clawed at its face as its glossy eyes dimmed and dark magic radiated from its mouth. Obsidian power burst through its skull, traveling until it struck another dragon blighted. The blighted masses began to scrape scaly skin from their infected arms. They hurled barbs and seeds at the tiefling. The assault rained down, raking away the shadowy muck that covered him and cutting into his red skin. A second volley was consumed by a cyclone of fire. It roared around the warlock, catching projectiles and igniting them mid-flight. In the center of the cyclone, Phil curled into a ball as the ooze and tentacles melted away. "Go away," he sobbed meekly before passing out. The infected townsfolk backed away, hiding in their homes as the tiefling descended. He gently touched down while the flaming tornado dissipated. As the embers faded, Roran swooped in and scooped up his unconscious liege. The wild man whisked him out of Melange with bounding steps. "Sleep, young Therian, House Row 10 lies beyond this nightmare." A man in mahogany leather armor walked into the ruins of dragon-blighted Melange. He rifled through the villagers' abandoned possessions, searching for something specific. The occasional blighted husk was effortlessly tied up by Bolus or caught in a pit trap. All the while, his bubbleweed stogie lit up the dusky air. A flat metal bar kicked aside the remains of a house. Wooden chunks were brushed out of the way to reveal a book. The thick tome was bound in a diseased flesh-tone leather. There was a shallow pool of muddy liquid surrounding the grimoire. 2 tattooed arms reached down and grabbed the spellbook. They held it up to a bandana-covered face. As gray bubbles fell on the book, Bounty Hunter Moss said, "Easiest gold I've earned in a while." Chapter 42, From Harm to Fabled. Seeing as my previous employer croaked without paying, I'm not picky. Moss handed the spellbook to the hooded tiefling. His armor was stained by occasional droplets from the leaky roof overhead. "Now how's about we finish this devil's deal with my final payment?" Oskul accepted it, stowing the tome in her satchel. "I'm impressed. You're worth every copper coin." She held up one red finger. "But I have another task for you. It's come up somewhat urgently. Long as I gets my money, I'm game." The bounty hunter leaned in, hands in his pockets. He sidestepped a droplet that fell from above. "Got some experimental corrosives to try out? Those black glass needles you gave me were something special." "No obsidian this time," replied the tiefling, shrugging. "But I would like your help testing out something new." With childlike giddiness, Moss spit out his stogie and smirked under his bandana. "That's what I like to hear. I'll take payment in gem tech, if that's what you're offering." He stared at her satchel, waiting for his reward. The bounty hunter was baffled as both of her hands were thrust skyward. "Well, where is it?" "Above you," she answered, bringing her hands down with a sweeping motion. A damp blob engulfed the unexpecting Moss. Oskul turned away, her hidden face beaming with smug self-satisfaction. Maybe I'll have a drink to celebrate gathering all the necessary materials. She pointed her horns in the direction of the burning chicken. Shouldn't keep those two waiting. Come on, Toasty Toes, open your eyes. These were the first words Phil heard while returning to the waking world. As his vision cleared, he saw a man leaning over him. His wrinkled skin was pale vermilion and his long hair was ashy black. Two long horns started at his forehead and shot backward, curving along his crown. Who? Asked Phil in a half-conscious stupor. Tharian. It's me. Your dad. He pulled back loose strands of hair, tucking them behind backward-facing horns. Toasty Toes, groaned Phil, shaking off the grogginess. Oh. You heard that. Just a little nickname from when you were a tiny baby. The room around Phil came into focus. He was laying in a decadent bed of velvet sheets, its four towering posts partially obscured walls filled with portraits of well-dressed tieflings. You were always the cutest little tyke, but when I forgot to feed you, you'd whine so loud, like a baby. His golden eyes suddenly snapped open wide. Right, you've been asleep for a while. Let me grab you something to snack on. He sprung to his feet and exited the room, using a tail to close the door behind him. Phil scratched his head and rubbed his horns. A red hand lingered, feeling unfamiliar numbness as he traced the coil of each horn. What in the drop world happened to Melange? Is Roran all right? As if to answer the question, the barbarian barged through the door. He threw two beefy arms around the tiefling, hugging him close. Returning Phil's horned head to the pillow, Roran asked, "Are you well, young lord?" Scraping crust from his eyes, Phil answered, "I think so. Just a little confused. Any chance you can tell me where I am and what happened? Your magic went rampant. Events may come to light if you indulge another inquiry." He waited for the tiefling to give him a nod of approval. "Occasionally you would speak as this noble beast carried you. Most often you mentioned gemstones or pain in your horns. Probably one specific gemstone, the one I was looking for when we met." Phil rose to a sitting position and scooted backward until he was resting against the bed's headboard. "Whatever gave me my magic wanted that stone something savage. It could be trying to send me on another mission. The past ones were pretty simple: buy magic components, study spellcraft, dump an acid flask into the city sewers." He spent a few seconds staring into the gold eyes of a portrait before continuing. "But Gol stole that stone. Doesn't surprise me it went berserk. There is a backlog of responsibilities to tend to." Roran stood up. The sword on his back had been replaced with a rake. "Tharian, my young lord, you are home. The amenities of House Roten will wash away the pain of past betrayals and failures. You needn't worry any longer." He slipped out the door with a small bow. "Last thing I remember was I was feeling bad about people leaving." Phil rifled through his hazy head, looking for a clue. A familiar face in his mind made his heart sink. "Nonetheless, now I remember. Wish I could forget." As grogginess gave way to wakefulness, an empty feeling captured him. First Takal. Then Gol. Now nonetheless. All of them suffered, but I didn't do a single thing to help. Phil felt his strength sapped away and his eyelids growing heavy. It'd be nice if I didn't care so much. A bastard's life must be easy. He drifted into a half-sleep before being awoken by a clattering sound. His father set a tray on the nightstand next to him. It was dotted with thin, cinnamon-sprinkled cookies. "Tharian, my boy, words can't say how much I missed you. Look at you. You grew up strong, well, not as strong as your mom. Kinda stringy to be honest." He patted the back of Phil's hand. "But never mind that. I bet you're brimming with questions. Let me tell you all about our lineage." Phil munched on a cookie as he delved into their family history. The sizable topic laid heavily on already drooping eyelids. Lord Roten spoke at length, his fervor for the topic blending him to his son's sleep. Phil's eyes fluttered open upon hearing his father say, "Do you have any questions?" Clearing his throat, the warlock hid embarrassment with bluster, "None whatsoever." It was really riveting stuff, yeah. Lord Roten patted his son's horned head. "That's my boy. Attentive like his old man." Following several seconds of silence, a sad smile crumpled his lips. "I guess that means you know what comes next." "Cheer up, Dad. Sorry. Just breaks my heart to lay your mother's burden on you." The warlock snarked in response, "The old lady's going to pawn her job on me without so much as a hello?" His father's gaze was dragged downward by the weight of heavy memories. "She died enduring the same burden I just explained to you." He let out a forlorn sigh. "Times like these, I wish I wasn't such a wimp." Lord Roten raised up stick-like arms. There was a wet gulp as he forced back tears. She was always the strong one, waving around that heavy sword of hers. In a moment of befuddled anxiety, Phil broke the tension with a snap of his fingers. "Don't you worry. Even if you were a stranger, I'd help out. Gotta give people a good impression of tieflings." Light clothes flowed around Lord Roten as he regained his composure and rose to his feet. "Even without parents, you turned out to be one heck of a good kid. When you're ready, we'll enter the chamber of the seething one." "That sounds really like something." Phil rolled out of the bed, confirmed that he had slept in his crusty travel clothes. Every square inch seemed to sport a stitch or stain. "Any chance you've got a change of clothes? I had the cutest sky blue pajamas. Didn't feel right putting them on you." Meeting a look of revulsion, Lord Roten meekly gestured to a closet and creeped out the room, embarrassed. Phil searched through the selection, building an outfit from the few that fit. The final outfit was made up of a faded red undershirt, loose dark pants, half-calf boots, a gray scarf, and a high-collared tan vest. He left the room after ensuring he'd cleaned the cookie tray of all crumbs. Lord Roten swelled with pride when he laid eyes on the outfit. "You really fill out those old clothes." His son scratched at his arms. "A little itchy, but hey, they're warm." Phil followed his father through the hallways of House Roten, occasionally stopping to admire an intricate family portrait. "This one's caught your eye, has it? It shows the 7th generation of our family." He glanced at Phil's inquisitive eyes and added, "Commissioned posthumously, of course." The warlock ran his finger along the rich wooden frame. "Bit of a history buff, Dad?" He leaned toward the old man, resting his chin on the back of his hand. "Tieflings have a rich cultural history. Civilized races have some stupid stigma about studying it. You think they were told that you become a demon when you learn too much." A flash of excitement shattered Lord Roten's dour mask. He threw out both arms and launched into a lecture. "Bet you didn't know that tieflings were integral to the construction of Cimasla. Gods know they're best equipped to address threats from the outer film." "Yeah, about that," Phil said meekly. Not hearing him, Phil's father rambled on. "Even with their fortifications, the seething one would have crushed the city if not for your mom. What a woman she was, Therian. What a woman. Hey!" The warlock's outburst stunned his father into silence. "I'm having a rough time absorbing all this." "Oh. Sorry. I haven't had anybody to talk to for a while." Lord Roten returned to navigating the halls. "You've probably picked up some hobbies yourself." "I make a mean map, actually." Phil searched his thoughts. "I also love spending time with my friends." "How adorable. Bet your little friends would love my cookies. I hope to see them sometime soon." "Me too, Dad. Me too." The two tieflings traveled in silence until they arrived at a set of unremarkable iron doors. "Okay. Beyond here is the chamber of the seething one. Something about that name sounds familiar." Phil stared into the doorway, observing a flight of black and white speckled stairs descending into darkness. Tapping his horns, He attempted to remember until another idea hijacked his thoughts. Wait. What am I supposed to do about it? Never did it myself, didn't do it well, anyway. Usually your mom would yell or throw out her arms. Normally that was enough to scare away demons or get people under control. Can't say I've done anything like that before. You've probably done something similar without knowing it. Lord Roten led his son down the steps slowly, stopping to relight candles along the wall. Was there ever a time that someone obeyed you without reason? Maybe a word of warning that turned someone against their will? Heck, it could be as simple as holding someone in place or giving them a headache. After a moment, Phil replied, there was that one time I convinced an entire village that a stick got faster the more it was passed between them. 100 people got wrapped up in that plan. Probably weren't the sharpest tools. Must have made it easy to influence so many. Well, they already wanted it broken. At the time I figured it was just the power of my personality. That's not a bad way to think about it, son. If you focus, you could affect freaks from the outer film. Striking flint and steel, he ignited another candle. Wouldn't recommend overusing it. They arrived on a flat platform housing a storefront-sized semicircular door. Phil bounced with excitement as his father finished lighting the area. Incredible. Could I make someone love me? Can I issue another command after I've rested? No to both. Stick to the occasional small suggestion. That'll be enough to hold back the seething one. He pressed his hands into indents in the door, splitting it in two as it swung open. The globular room inside could fit a cathedral. A narrow path connected the doorway and a central platform. Pools of bubbling blackness surrounded that platform on all sides. Even now it's hard to believe your mom built this place while that demon was still living inside her. Both took their toll on her. Nothing against her, but I've got some impressive magic. Just stand back and watch me solve all your problems. Son, please. Your mother's strength was superhuman, but she still lived a nightmare for decades. She suffered so much. Every morning she'd tell me how it felt, like her insides were reduced to a sloshing fluid while she slept. Phil's pupilless eyes swept the room. Besides the occasional bubbling patch, the ebony liquid seemed calm. We don't have to do this. I mean, it looks plenty fine trapped in here. I wish you were right. Since your mother passed, I've struggled to keep it trapped. Lord Roten rolled up a thin sleeve to reveal a blotchy patch of vermilion skin. Sometimes unsuccessfully. The old man stepped away from the door and waved Phil forward. I can't do much more for you. I told Roran to leave the blade. Syncing with it should make things easier. He shook his head, causing strands of hair to fall from behind her swept-back horns. Can't do much more for you. Sorry if this is all a bit sudden. If only we'd found you sooner. By the time Lord Roten raised his low-hanging head, Phil was already skipping down the narrow walkway. The warlock shouted back, start another batch of cookies. I've got some hungry work to do. As the doors slammed shut, he slowed his pace and stole a glance at the liquid below. The twin spirals of his horns tingled as his eyes were mesmerized by the sight of the dark pool. A confusing feeling washed over Phil, an otherness, a wrongness, an unfamiliar feeling that you'd rather be somewhere else, if you only could. Tearing his eyes away, he hurried to the center of the room, where the sword of House Roten had been stabbed into the floor. Its curved tip disappeared into the stonework, leaving only the broad side and handle visible. Phil paced around the blade with large steps. Shame Roran couldn't be here. It would be a greater shame if you faced this challenge alone. Roran rested his blue hand on the tiefling's shoulder. Good to see you, pal. Phil turned around to flash and smile and share a thumbs up. Don't want to sour the mood, but I don't think you should be here. Pretty sure your part of this is done. This wild beast won't rest until this threat is overcome, whatever it might be. The draconic fist was thrust into the air. Now take up your family's blade. Phil shuffled toward the embedded sword, stepping carefully to avoid the splashes of sludge that littered the round platform. Sweeping his gaze along the vertical surface, he studied the blade. I'm more of the negotiating sort. When that fails, I've always got my own brand of magic. Uninvited images invaded the tiefling's mind. He was visited by visions of his warlock powers, amplified flames, corrosive blasts, and invisibility. These power fantasies were joined by thoughts of how he'd used that magic. The utility did little to distract from memories of the people he couldn't help and friends that he accidentally hurt. You know what? Let's try something different. Red fingers wrapped around the sword's hilt. Focusing his magical power, he started to feel a slow swell of strength inside him. While he attuned to the blade, Phil stared at the sizzling clouds that arose from the lapping of the black lake. Pupilless eyes glowed like molten gold as he began to resonate with the blade. Is it supposed to be so uncomfortable? Phil groaned as a war was waged within him, the warlock's crackling black magic clashing against streams of gold. Around him dark liquid surged and churned, driven into a frenzy by the discordant powers. Endure it, young lord. Roran pressed his broad back against Phil's when the warlock started to sag from the strain. Tensing his foot, he shot a spine into the floor beneath them in an attempt to keep Phil upright. If you fail, then this noble beast goes with you. Not gonna happen, wheezed Phil, his left hand drooping limply to his side while the right stayed firmly clamped to the greatsword's hilt. I want everybody to see tieflings as sword-wielding, monster-slaying heroes. We're pals to everyone except demons. His gritted teeth shaped into a toothy grin as he looked over his shoulder. Roran smiled back, attacked by a surge of infectious positivity. With blade in hand, you'd cut a dashing figure. A pulse of light shot upward before pouring onto Phil like a shower of power. Around the tiefling, the goop's surface became a stormy sea. Waves crested, forming cascading claws of liquid. Spikes shot up from the ripples in the muck. The walls were splattered with fans of gunk that crawled back downward in round arcs. A tube of obsidian ooze coiled around the platform, constricting it like the tail of a massive lizard. The warlock caught his breath as he drank in the chaotic scene. I'd say this thing has earned itself a vacation. He removed his hand from the blade and stood shakily on his own. A mask of saucy confidence distracted from his wobbly legs. Wield the sword and send this demon back to the outer film, shouted Roran, nearly drowned out by their gurgling surroundings. The barbarian wrestled with searing tentacles, beating them back as they lashed his exposed skin. Phil grabbed the handle with both hands and pulled with all his might. It did not budge. He changed his angle and tried again. Okay, the tips curved so it must have been put in at an angle. Revising his approach, Phil's next attempt failed, as did the two after that. Behind him Roran tensed the muscles of his hand, producing 4 claws from his knuckles. In an attempt to buy time, he carved through the encroaching tendril with wild strikes. His reckless approach littered the tube with gashes, severing sections and soaking the platform in acid. The constricting cylinder slithered back into the sludgy waters, recoiling from the barbarian's wild strikes. Young lord. Roran was alarmed to find Phil still struggling as the seething mass warped into a new form. A ring of triangles rose from the dark water's surface. They encircled the platform, rising upward to form a giant mouth around the two. As Phil swore and strained, the mouth slowly shut, teeth dripping searing fluid from overhead. Roran tucked in his fingers, unkempt nails digging into his palm. The spines on each knuckle grew and fused together until his entire hand was a sharp blue pyramid. Throwing himself at the demon, he punched holes in its gooey surface. Brief glimpses of the room broke through before the fluid body closed the gaps. The barbarian's rage grew until he was splattering sections the size of small buildings. Despite the scale of the destruction, the mouth reformed, continuing its steady attempt to seal them in a dark dome. Roran sagged as his anger ebbed away, allowing a wave of regrets to wash over him. As his hand returned to humanoid shape, he sighed out, "There is no better place to die than one's own home." Screw that. We'll do this, and we'll do it with style. Phil leaned his back against the flat of the blade, feeling its amplifying force through his shirt. He aimed 2 fingers at the black blob and spoke casually, "Go home and don't come back until you're feeling friendlier." A golden arrow laced with veins of black rocketed from his fingertips. It pierced through the wall of liquid, opening a hole in the air. Inside the portal, magenta energy swirled, sucking in the seething one. There was a screeching roar as goo flooded into the other realm. The suction ceased when the receding fluid was reduced to a single pathetic drop. Closing the door behind them, the two returned to the halls of House Row 10. Phil's father was pacing the halls while raking both hands through ashy black hair. "It was too soon, you dolt. Can't believe I forced him into this. That's my boy. My little boy. Haven't seen him in years, so I choose to send him to his death." No, it had to be done, it just had to. His self-loathing trance was broken when Roran clapped a meaty hand against his back. "Lord Roten, your son has succeeded." Tucking disheveled hair behind his horns, Phil's father straightened his posture. "Yes, of course. I knew he could do it. Of course I did. Never a doubt. He is my son after all." The former noble's laughter started ingenuine and uncomfortable but ended with unmistakable tones of relief. Before long, all three had joined in the merriment, with joyous roughhousing that disrupted portraits hanging on nearby walls. After a playful punch from Roran, Phil let out a vicious cough. The barbarian's face flooded with worry. "Young Lord Therion, are you all right?" Phil shuffled toward him, hunched over and holding a hand against his own head. "My horns are still numb. Maybe the old tome finally has a healing spell in it." The tiefling's pained look was replaced by one of terror. Rooting through his spellbook satchel, he found it empty. Where's my book?" Roran scratched his neck and hairy chin, dodging the warlock's looks. "You see," his head turned toward the ceiling, the floor, and either side before connecting with Phil's all-gold eyes. "The flight from Melange was so frantic that this noble beast neglected your tome." With the hushed tones of an addict, Phil responded, "I've got to get it back." The barbarian spread his arms out to either side. "Young lord, your place is here. Our place is here, with your family." He pulled the blade of House Row 10 off his back and presented it to Phil. The greatsword was brushed away by a red backhanded wave. "That book has been with me longer than anyone else. It is family." "No, not family, it's my oldest friend." Roran looked over his ailing liege. "Then allow me to retrieve it." "With haste, you should have it again in 1 week's time." Lord Roten, unable to break into the conversation, watched heartbroken as his son considered leaving. The old man's dull gold eyes seemed to grow while he stared pleadingly at Phil. Fine. I need the rest, that and an opportunity to get caught up with my dad." Phil sat down under a portrait of his ancestor. "Any chance you can help me get to my room? I am tired." The next day the warlock awoke to find his father by his bedside. "That's right, he hit the road already. Most reliable guy I know, that Roran." Lord Roten handed a cloth napkin to his son, who had just won the struggle against a particularly slippery cooked egg. "Even left your mother's sword so I can teach you a thing or two about how our family operates." He paused, allowing himself a moment of meekness. "That is if you're feeling up to it. Won't force you after yesterday. Could always give you a crash course on our family's many spells words. Good stuff, deep history." The excitement in his eyes was an omen of an hour-long monologue. "I'm really more the negotiating type. Plus I've got my own magic." "Leave the swordplay to Roran. Roran's more than capable of holding his own without a weapon. I'll bet that heavy blade was just holding him back." "Dad, if you saw him recently, you'd know how wrong you are. If you saw him in his heyday, son, you'd know you're the one who's mistaken." Unable to reach a consensus, they turned away from each other. "How about some tea while you recover?" Extra sugar please. Phil stared out the window until his father returned. Noting the combination of drab materials and fanciful embellishments, he pondered if his parents had built the house here or moved it somehow. As he studied the trees outside, he thought up countless other questions for Lord Roten. The old tiefling returned, balancing a teapot, 2 saucers, cream, and sugar between his 2 hands. Porcelain cups were strung onto his tail. There you go, fresh herbal tea with all the sugar you could want. Don't underestimate me, old man. Phil popped a cube into his mouth, instantly regretting the decision. Anyway, how about you tell me more about Mom? She was strong and motivated like you wouldn't believe. Bit of a temper, didn't let me get away with a single thing. Shame she locked the seething one inside her, could have scared it back to the outer film from her nagging alone. Noticing his son's attention waver, he changed topics. As long as you visit the sealing chamber every few months, you won't need to do that vessel mumbo-jumbo. Say what you will, carrying a city-sized corrosive around, not the smartest idea. You sure criticize her a lot considering you ended up married. Well, if she didn't make that dumb choice, me and half of Cimasla would have been melted. If I had to pick one reason why I loved her, it'd be how easy she made self-sacrifice look. The following days passed in peace, allowing ample opportunities to connect. Phil slept through many lectures, including tiefling history and magic mastery. The single fact he did learn was how heavy House Roten's greatsword was. Roran returned later than expected, unable to find a trace of Phil's spellbook. As an alternative, his father recommended channeling magic through the hefty blade instead. One warm afternoon, Phil found himself in his bed, relaxing and reflecting after spending the morning swinging steel with his spindly arms. Can't say I enjoy the exercise, but I'm still loving this life. Plenty of sweets. Not living in the streets. Phil rose to his feet. Nobody to insult me and steal my stuff. He slipped an arm into a faded undershirt. Nobody that'll preach my ear off either. Red legs slid into ripped travel pants. Don't need to deal with that demanding spellbook anymore. Leather boots were triple tied around each foot. No more creative cuisine because we're nearly out of food. The spellbook satchel was thrown over one shoulder. Group drinking songs, a thing of the past. A long rope was lowered from his second-story window. No more sticking out my neck to help people in need. He glanced over his shoulder to see majestic, if unkempt, House Roten among the trees. No way I'm living like that. Sorry Dad, but at least you've got Roran to keep you safe. The tiefling took 2 steps forward and heard a heavy thud behind him. Thought you could outmaneuver this wild man? Phil pleaded as he turned slowly on his heel. Listen, I made a deal, no, a promise, to take care of that book, just like I promised myself I'd take care of all my friends when they were in trouble. So far, I've done a terrible job and just enjoying my life won't change that. Roran's grizzled face and stern posture were undercut by a playful smile. Don't forget your weapon. Dumbfounded, Phil asked, You're not stopping me? No. But you're not joining me? You will return. Now that you know the way, it is certain. Roran pulled the sword from his back, resting its broad blade on both arms. He dropped it into Phil's hands, watching as the weight knocked the wind from the tiefling. Looks like I'm using the disc again. I'll load it for the road, so grab me some of those spiced cookies if you could. The barbarian set a sizable sack onto the disc. This noble beast knows you too well. As the warlock walked away, he unfolded his map, scribbling in the space north of Melange, home. Chapter 43, Sinking School. Ob studied his cards. Hit me. Rust's grin put his tusks on full display. If you insist. The orc's massive mitt slapped the dragonborn across his scaly face. Dimwit. Rubbing his rust-colored snout, Ob laid his cards down. Having a laugh, you nearly knocked my eye out. While his companion rubbed away the stinging sensation, Rust slipped a yellow fingernail under the Dragonborn's cards and took a peek. Looks like the next round's on me. Before he could up the ante, barkeep Kira flapped into view. Anything you two need? Nothing for me, bellowed Rust, but take a silver or two for your troubles. He pushed a stack of coins to the edge of the table. Ob interrupted the orc's charitable act. That's my money. He glanced at Kira's feathery face as a frown started to form. Take a couple already. And bring me something cold for my face. The avian skipped away, jingling with every step. Awful generous for someone on a losing spree, chuckled Rust, sipping from a metal cup. Fond of feathers are we? A blast of smoke from Ob soured the orc's fun. Rust, there isn't much time left before it goes down. Better spend our money while we can. Aren't you the picture of positivity? The orc directed a thick finger at Ob. Maybe you need something stronger than leaf juice. He tried to swipe the Dragonborn's cup but was outmaneuvered by the snap of an elastic arm. Ob held his teacup with both hands and took a long draw. A spot of tea is something special. And the burning chicken knows how to brew a good, hot cup. The Dragonborn gave a grateful nod to Kira when she placed a plate of raw meat in front of him. Digging his claws in, he ripped the chunk in two. One half was slapped against the orc-sized handprint on his face. The other was fried by flame breath for a quick snack. You don't intend to play with the porkchop eye patch? Asked Rust. Pushing the cards away, Ob responded, nope. Well, you're no fun. The orc collected up the cards, careful to remove the extra aces from his sleeve when his companion wasn't looking. What's got you so worked up about this mission? We robbed the Scarlet Stone Opera for the Praetor's sake. Quiet about that. Unless you want the cistern sniffing around. After patting the table twice, Ob continued, I've been thinking, the University of Flowing Form is a magic school. Feels like we're bringing a bow to a sword fight. Rust raised an eyebrow. Isn't that an easy win for us? Didn't let me finish. Feels like we're bringing a bow to a sword fight but forgetting the arrows. Ob finished his cup and set it down gently. The orc leaned back in his chair, causing it to creak. We're not average thugs anymore. He flexed his bicep, showing off the small shields fused to his forearms. Plus we got a heck of a leader. She'll have a plan. Rust turned to the large window and watched a hooded woman pass by. Speak of the demon, here she comes. How's about you remove the meat mask and skimpy armor before she gets inside? Ob readjusted the singed red breastplate in a desperate attempt to cover his midriff. Better than the town clothes you've got on. The Dragonborn snorted soot onto Rust's new undershirt and coat. Watch it. I just bought these. He brushed off the dark stains and clacked together the hardened skin of his forearms. Don't need armor with defenses like these. He wheeled around in his chair to face the door. Showtime, boss? Oskel slid a gold coin across the counter as she entered. You better believe it. The tiefling waved a fleshy spellbook in front of her face. With this book, some gems, and the right location, we've got everything we need to make some sweeping changes in Cimasla. The joy she radiated could have burnt the skin off of Rust and Ob. The Dragonborn stood up, removing the meat from his face and arching backward as he stretched. My back hurts after all the sitting. Rust promptly responded, my ears hurt from your complaining. Let's hit the road. Ob smoldered impotently as he delivered a follow-up question. Aren't you going to ask what kept her? Could a been bleeding out, could have the guards on her tail. Oskel shook her head, slapping the sides of her hood against her forward-facing horns. I was just tying up an expensive loose end. Shall we leave? Oskel directed them through the industrial sector, giving the technomancer's workshops a wide berth. Under the cover of night they slinked across the bridge into the noble quarter. Gentle squishing and splattering sounds followed behind the trio. We're here. What's the plan? Rust looked at the University of Flowing Form on the hilltop. His gaze moved downward. bouncing off of decorative shrubs before coming to a stop at the barrier stones. Oskal tossed a small bottle past the circle of spiral stones. It struck the grassy ground with a thud. As it did, the nearby barrier stones flashed silver before changing to a soft gold glow. The dirt under the bottle shot up, knocking the foreign object back outside the barrier. The tiefling whispered, "Song silver and goldstone. The silver responds to sound and the topaz blasts you back." She waved both arms in a slow circle, ushering forward a small squad of slimes. "Betting anything bigger than the bird will have the guards running, so go quietly and gently." She tiptoed across a bridge of oozes, holding down her packs till nothing rattled. Once she reached the well-manicured hill, she gestured for Rusk to follow. The orc climbed the line of slimes on all fours, resorting to frightened clinging when they wobbled. Ob watched in amusement. If it doesn't involve bullying or cheating, he's a kitten. With a workman's gait, he strode across the slippery suspension. Tearing his eyes away from the path ahead, the dragonborn flashed a sharp grin at Rusk. His companion responded with panicked pointing. When Ob looked down, he noticed nothing but air underneath his left foot. Unable to speak, he cursed in his head, conjuring up a variety of unique ways to describe his frustration. I should save that one for later. He glanced at the rapidly approaching ground. If there is a later. The dragonborn's arm stretched out, whipped upward toward the line of slimes. It squished into their surface, wrapping around and slowing his descent. With a palm thrust, Oskal directed a particularly elastic ooze to soundlessly bounce Ob back. The three dashed between decorative bushes to avoid the few students wandering the grounds at night. Rusk tucked in his bulky arms, hiding in a shadow in the shape of a large-nosed professor. Ob flattened himself against some cube-shaped shrubbery. Oskal used her dark dessert to melt a hole in a plant dragon and crawled into its mouth. The three watched a giggling gaggle of students pass by, unembellished cerulean robes snagging on shrubbery as they bumbled toward the commercial district. Oskal crawled out of her hiding place and brushed off foliage that had been skewered by her horns. She met up with Rusk and Ob to find them enthralled by a small rectangle. The orc held it between his green thumb and index finger. "One of them kids dropped it," Rusk explained as he raised it into the moonlight, revealing a name and a magically rendered image. "Think it'll be any use?" Ob tapped it with a talon. "Can't say. Never tangled with technomancers or mages." Oskal jumped up, swiping the card from Rusk's hand. She pulled it into the deeper darkness of her hood, studying it intently. "Nice find. You just made getting inside much easier for us, and much harder for her." The tiefling pointed at the student's picture. The orc put his hands behind his head, beaming with self-satisfaction. "Always said stealing was the cause of, and solution to, all my problems." They avoided the wide street separating the inhibition and intellect buildings. Instead, they circled the perimeter, infiltrating the inhibition building through a side entrance. The inside was decorated with various student projects. Uneven chandeliers and carvings hung from overhead supports. Amateur paintings were placed along the walls in intervals. Sloppy pottery was supported by a procession of pedestals in every hallway. "Our taxes at work." Ob's scaly arms were thrown out to either side. "Your taxes maybe," snickered Rusk. "Honest living never made much sense to me. This place proves me right." The orc leaned down to Oskal. "That card said she was in the inhibition curriculum, right?" She stumbled back at the smell of his breath, steadying herself on one of the pedestals lining the hallway. "That's right. We need to find an amethyst lift and take it to the top." Ob swept his gaze around the area. "I see a whole lot of ugly paintings, but no lifts." Shooting bolt upright, his eyes locked onto something in the distance. He hissed between sharp teeth, "Somebody's coming. Hide." The dragonborn stretched a rust-colored arm upward, dragging himself into the rafters before retracting. By curling up, he was able to vanish above an anthropomorphic platypus. Oskal kicked off a display pedestal with enough force to make the vase on top wobble. She dove into a nearby doorway and faded into the darkness of an unoccupied classroom. Rust was left dumbfounded in the middle of the hallway, watching with concern as a vase tipped over. He caught the pottery. At the same time he caught the attention of the approaching elven professor, a noser of ZE orcs hired as groundskeepers playing with ZE displays. Professor Stice shook his head in disappointment. Put that back and trim ZE Bush to ZE North. I simply cannot practice my routine with ZER overgrown forms visible from ZE 8th floor studio. Rust gingerly set down the vase and saluted. Won't recognize the place when we're, I'm done. He feigned leaving out the doorway that he'd entered through. North, you oaf. Stice coughed and walked away, muttering under his breath, that intellectual curriculum hiring orcs. Always cost, never quality. Following behind the opinionated professor, they found an amethyst lift. Stepping inside, Oskal, Ob, and Rust found it barely large enough to hold the three of them. They slid the student ID into a slot and rose up several floors. Moonlight lapped them rhythmically as they slid up the rounded walls. The lift came to an abrupt halt, its thin doors opening into a musky corridor. Outside there were lines of doorways with numbers scribed into them. Oskal jammed the card in and out of the slot, growing more furious with each thrust. These are the student dorms. We're hardly halfway to the top. She stroked her ribbed horns in an attempt to mitigate her frustration. Ob took the card from the slot and flipped it over. Upon reinserting it, the left started a slow decline. Nifty gem tech, but hardly worth throwing a working stiff on the street. He pulled out the card and watched the purple light fade. The lift slowed to a stop at the next lowest floor. Well, I learned how to work it, what now? Shake down a professor? Rust volunteered. Ob gritted his teeth and shook his scaly head in disapproval. You only seem to think of thuggery. Situation like this needs a little elbow grease. The Dragonborn adjusted his bracer and flexed his elastic arm. Oskal stopped her pacing and horn stroking. No, Rust is right. The professors should have access to the upper floors. Where did that elf say he was going? On UFF's 8th floor, Professor Stice practiced. The polished boards of the studio creaked as he pranced around. He stirred the magical energy in the air with a pirouette. Non. I must raise ze knees, ire. Feeling dehydrated, we wandered across the room to where he'd hung his cerulean robe. Who are you? His question was answered by a ball of black sludge. The elf evaded the attack with a graceful twist of his body. Another sidestep caused clattering and clicking as the studio's doors and windows locked shut. I won't have 3 ruffians and dansharing my students. The elf broke into an elaborate dance routine. As his body swayed, the walls shook. Decorations disgorged a flood of magic gemstones. Stice twirled his right hand over his head. He followed the movement into a full-body spin. His left hand fanned out and clapped into his right. The sound bounced around the room, dragging gemstones toward the studio's center. Paradots clustered into eyes underneath an obsidian horn. Rubies formed a mouth full of howlife fangs. An emerald mane appeared on a back made of gold stones. Clawed feet appeared from a gathering of amethysts. The creature's hulking body ended in a wispy song silver tail that was scattered with aquamarines. Stice directed the beast with dance, causing it to flow gracefully and powerfully through the room, occasionally scattering and reforming. It coursed along the wall, bouncing off as it approached the invaders. With a dip, Stice poured a fountain of magical gemstones on the 3. Oskal was overcome, trapped inside the beast as it reconstituted. Rust pulled up his forearms, dulling the impact and getting knocked aside. Ob whipped out an arm and catapulted towards the professor. The Dragonborn's pike sank into the floorboards as Stice skipped away. Whipping around, Ob yanked the weapon from the ground with his elastic arm. It unwound in the air, sailing toward the magic stone beast. The creature gnashed at Rusk, not noticing when Topaz tapped against its ankle. The leg collapsed into a pile of loose gems. As it stumbled, the orc landed a brutal strike with his great axe, splitting its black horn and chopping the head clean in two. The gemstones making up its face dropped to the floor, collecting in a colorful pile. Rusk thrust his hulking arms into the still-standing construct and pulled out the tiefling. "You okay, Oskal? Had me worried." Her anger was palpable through the darkness of her hood. "Chop down that door." She pointed at the entrance to the dance hall. Swiveling on her heel, she shouted to Ob, "We need time." Splinters from the door pelted Oskal as she prepared. She spoke in a series of squishing, slurping noises while moving her arms like rolling waves. Across the room Stice increased the tempo. He leaped around, spinning several times while in the air. As he did, Ob shot out his arm, jabbing at the professor with his pike but failing to hit. The Dragonborn wheeled around to deliver another strike before finding himself pinned down by purple paws. The reformed beast pressed down with ludicrous weight, causing scratches to form in Ob's breastplate. Stice broke into a series of stomps, increasing the pressure. The Dragonborn responded by unhinging his jaw and spewing flames directly into the beast's face. Stice countered with a movement of his hips that sent twin streams of fire and ice at Ob. The attack petered out when Stice was forced to duck a horizontal axe swing. Twirling away, the professor activated an array of acidic ballistics from the beast's black horn. The back of Rusk's forearms sizzled and steamed as he blocked the attacks. He pulled Ob to his clawed feet, saying, "Focus on the elf or this'll never end." The beast flew toward them, propelled by a jet of wind from its glowing green mane. Leaping aside, Ob added, "This thing isn't making that easy." Creaking sounds came from the studio's entrance. A peach-colored blob squeezed through the hole hacked open by Rusk. The door splintered to pieces as a fleshy slime flopped into the room. Its body was a tapered tube decorated with flat-toothed mouths full of iridescent spit. Oskal waved her arms and shouted, directing it towards the gemstone beast. The gooey monstrosity wrapped around the oversized animal, biting down with countless mouths. "Zoot Alor, a slithering shouter." Stice flipped back as Ob and Rusk approached. The professor's pet writhed, lashing out with every element at its disposal. A helix of hot and cold scorched the ceiling. Searing acid sloshed from its dark horn while purple claws crushed floorboards. Its mane released gusts of air, throwing the intertwined giants across the room, crashing into walls in a desperate attempt to remove Oskal's slithering shouter. The aquamarine in its tail shredded the scenery with an array of pressurized water. Once Stice's summon was thoroughly constricted, the shouter filled the room with waves of shattering sound and blinding light. As sight returned to the room, Oskal found she was the only person left standing. The magic beast crumbled into inert gems as Stilts laid bleeding in a corner, impaled by Ob's pike. A short distance away, the Dragonborn had been crushed by the beast's body. To her right, Rusk's arms and stomach had been sliced open by lines of high-pressure water. The tiefling rooted through her bag, pulling out the components for her plan, several citron stones, the fleshy tome, and the heart of the island. She dashed over to the bleeding orc with orange gems in her hand. "Don't you dare. You need those to fix Cimasla, not my sorry hide." He smiled half-heartedly while his eyelids drooped. "I can do both." Oskal clawed her ridged horns furiously. "I will do both." She removed her hood, allowing her scaly black ears to unfold. "No matter the cost." Phil kneeled in a pile of broken wood and tore through the scraps that remained of melange. His search yielded a UFF professor's identification card, several pounds of rotten mutton, and a fuscali melon rinds. "I can't feel my spell book's magic. Maybe I will need to channel magic through something else." He glanced over at the blade of House Row 10 lying on the ground next to him. The warlock wrapped both hands around the greatsword's hilt. Straightening his legs, he pulled the weapon upward. It stopped rising roughly 6 inches from the ground. Too heavy. Phil found himself bent over, veins popping as he strained to keep his grip on the massive curved sword. Dropping the blade, he flopped down next to the remains of a straw roof. I could always try strapping it to my back. He stared at the purple gem in its hilt. Or I could use the amethyst to throw it. A flash of recollection reminded who it gravitates towards when thrown. Yup, that's dangerous and impractical. I guess it's back on the floating disc then. He rolled his shoulders and stood up, preparing for the disc summoning dance. Phil ran through the steps in his head as he stared into the distance. Gotta lift the knees really high, jump in a circle then. A fast-approaching form caught his gold eye. A black blob the size of a small city oozed across the landscape. It flowed through forests and over animals. Anything it engulfed withered into a husk. The tiefling craned his head like a curious canine as it slid past Melange, leaving behind a path of rot and decay. Sloshing in the direction of Cimasla, it devoured some of the spare trees of the slugwood. Phil muttered to himself, "That doesn't look good." End of Part 3.